And once again, good evening, everyone, and welcome to Woodbine Mohawk Park here in Campbellville, Ontario. Track condition tonight, right now, rated fast, temperature of 19 degrees on the evening. The wind out of the north at 25 kilometers per hour. We'll see if that plays into being a factor on tonight's card. Overcast skies. The last few days has been quite beautiful here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Today the rain has moved in, and let's hope it holds off for the balance of tonight's card. Hi again, everyone. Evan Laux filling in here in the announcer's booth here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Thanks for joining us for our Sunday evening card of harness racing. We've got 11 races on tap. We have an open trot, which should be pretty exciting there. Logan Park, over $2.4 million in the bank, riding quite a win streak. We'll see how he does this evening. In this open trot, we also have 3 divisions for 2-year-old trotting colts in the grassroots divisions. Let's get right to our program changes on tonight's card. Race number 1, OSS Grassroots, third leg for 2-year-old trotting colts, first division of the evening, in our guaranteed pick 5 pool of $75,000. The 1, Save You a Seat, goes from side rolls to blinkers. Number 3, King of the South, Travis Cullen, the new driver, and a bridle change of blind to blinkers on the 3. Number 4, Speedy Michael, goes from steel to aluminum shoes all round. Move to race number 2, the open trot. There's no show wagering. And number 6, Osceola, looking for a driver. TBA on 6, Osceola. Move to race number 3, kicks off the early pick 4. Number 4, Convoy 22, driver TBA. And the 8, Light the Torch, move the hopples out a couple inches from 60.5 to 62.5 inches. Race number 4, second division of the evening for 2-year-old trotting colts in the grassroots division. Kicks off the pick 6, the 1, Black Shank. Remove the cheek roll on the left side. And number 3, Alarm Bell, has Bob McClure aboard. Bob McClure on 3, Alarm Bell in the 4th. Race number 5, the 9, Paquette, has been scratched vet sick. 59, Paquette is out. The 10, You Got It Kemp, driver TBA. Race number 6 kicks off the late pick 5. There's no changes. Race number 7, third division of the evening for 2-year-old trotting colts and gelding. The 4, King's Crown and Coke. Travis Cullen, the new driver. Travis Cullen on 74, King's Crown and Coke. The 9, Making Green, Adam Murphy blind on the left. Race number 8, kicks off the late pick 4. The 4, Landing on Time, driver TBA. Race 9 goes as programmed, no changes in the 9th. In the 10th race, the 2, Up Joey's Credit, driver TBA. And in tonight's 11th race, the Jackpot High Five carryover in excess of $83,000. The 6, Mr. Bluebird, goes from flip-flops to aluminum shoes up front. And the 10, PL Robert G, has been scratched. That's all the changes as we have them for now. If we get more, we'll certainly pass them along for you on tonight's card. Let's hope the rain holds off. We're going to turn things over to our studio, and the man with many hats, Mark McKelvey, will be taking over the pregame show. Good luck tonight.
Campbell still the best, 19 in a row. Campbell out of the wire. Amity Chef wins the Simcoe Stakes.
He's big, he's strong, and he has got it going on. Top 25, Canada's horse. Sun Beach somewhere.
Yeah, motivated on focus.
There, off Anthony Sig.
This is the moment. Gotta one on my opponent.
Nick Wicked on the outside.
Gotta get it, the mindset. Gotta put it in motion.
You gotta be kidding me. PCI wins the million.
Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds.
Lean back, get your picture taken.
Crowning moment on Canadian soil for Bulldog Hanover.
Motivated on focus.
A late push from Confederate. It's my show. Wins the big show.
This is the moment.
Well,
Good Sunday evening, everybody, and welcome back to Woodbine Mohawk Park. As Evan Laux just teed up the changes, you got a good look at the scenes here in Campbellville, and been a little bit on the rainy side on this Sunday. We've had a great stretch of weather, and as Evan said, let's hope that Mother Nature will cooperate throughout the course of tonight's program. My name is Mark McKelvey. Hopefully you're having a wonderful long weekend. Of course, busy across the harness racing world, whether that be south of the border or right here. We had great races last night, continuing through our stretch of 5 nights a week, Thursday through Monday. We'll be racing on the Civic Holiday Monday coming up tomorrow. Our friends at Grand River Raceway, they'll be in action in the afternoon for the Battle of Waterloo, the Battle of the Bells, and an intriguing Ontario Sire Stakes Gold event for the 3-year-old pacing colts and geldings, including the return of Bojangles. That's the annual Industry Day coming up tomorrow. But we talk about what we have coming up tonight, and Evan teed it up. That open trot, going to be a great clash coming up in race number 2. Logan Park looking to get it done once again. A Moticon legacy, second start of his 4-year-old season. We'll see what he brings forward. We'll talk all about that as this pregame show unfolds. But first of all, I want to go back about 24 hours ago. Let's talk about last night's races here at Woodbine Mohawk Park, and our feature event, of course, was the Open Pace. It was Crackshot, and we are used to him drifting in the lane, and the one thing about him, he just keeps going. It's incredible to see the speed that he can carry, despite the fact that he can be running way out, and he's going to do that here as we take a look back into the stretch drive. Prince Hal Hanover was doing the road work for Mark McDonald. Prince Hal Hanover ultimately is going to come up short in this race, finishing third. Christopher Dance, the big long shot, getting back into action for trainer Dave Maneri. Right here, he looks like a winner as Crackshot is coming way across, but still, once we straighten out at the line, it's not even close. Crackshot, a big time effort, winning in 1:48.2. The 4-year-old son of Better's Delight for trainer Greg McNair. Driver Doug McNair gets the victory in the Open. Christopher Dance up the rail was second, and finishing third, as I mentioned, was Prince Hal Hanover, and a shout out to Prince Hal Hanover and his connections as he went over $2 million in career earnings with that third place finish. And as you saw, Doug McNair taking last night's feature, he had a great evening. Looking back to the success he had on the Saturday evening program, it was the Grand Slam with Caviar Seacrest, Stable Genius, Crackshot, and SOS Sportsbet rounding things out in the finale. And a good evening as well for driver Bob McClure as he had the hat trick, getting things rolling early on in the card, picking up a couple more wins as the night unfolded. And why that's intriguing about those two drivers is the fact that when you look to tonight's Open Trot, of course, Doug McNair takes his usual position behind Logan Park, while Bob McClure will drive a Moticon Legacy. It was a speed show here last night on that Saturday night program. As you would expect, the conditions were very ideal. There wasn't a whole lot of wind there. Very warm out, very humid. Crackshot, of course, putting up the fastest mile of the evening, 1:48.2. That would be the fastest, but you can see right there several in sub 150, including 4 races, all breaking 1:49. And for Crackshot, just 2/5 of a second off his career best, 1:48, which he took here on Pepsi North America Cup night. He was actually the quickest winner of that evening back in mid-June. So we'll see if the fast miles carry over to this evening. Again, Mother Nature might have something to say about that, but all we're looking for is some even playing conditions, and they don't put the time on the check, that's for sure. As I was talking about, it's been busy across the harness racing world, so let's now shift our focus back to the Meadowlands last night, and we are inching in on the 101st Hambletonian coming up next Saturday afternoon. It's going to be a blast. Always one of the best days in the sport, and last night we had eliminations for the Oaks and the Hambo. We start first with the Hambletonian Oaks eliminations. There was 3 eliminations, 21 horses entered. We go back to the first elim here, and you're going to see Carve for Andy McCarthy scoot up the inside here for Noel Daly. Went off at 4-1. This is a daughter of Captain Corey, who picks up her 5th win of her career. She's now 3 for 7 on the year, maybe flying a little bit under the radar, but a great looking effort here. 26-1 on the end of it to win in 151-1. Laney W was second for Marcus Melander, while Madame Chevelle was third for Nancy Tactor. They got the top 3 spots, and we move on now to the second elimination. So they were coming fast and furious there last night. Second elim of the Hambletonian Oaks, 3-year-old trotting fillies, and it's a daughter of Calgary Games. Found it interesting that from the 3 winners last night in the Oaks, different sires across the board. Calgary Games, of course, a standout in Europe. Young stallion here now in North America with his offspring racing, and it was Busy Miss Lizzie for Oka Swanstead, an 8-1 winner, another 26-1 kicker. Nezuko Kamado, the heavy favorite, coming up just a neck short there in second, while Fratina Diablo was third, and Storybook Love for trainer Matt Bax, driver Todd Ratchford. They finished 4th, and how it works in the Hambletonian, when there's 3 eliminations, top 3 advance, and when you're trying to round out that field of 10, they go to the highest earner of the 4th place finishers, and of course with that Breeders' Crown win last year, Storybook Love will get a spot into next week's Rich Final. We continue on with the Hambletonian Oaks eliminations. The final one goes to Set Your Sights High for trainer Marcus Melander and driver Dexter Dunn. Of course, Dexter Dunn is poised to have a big Hambletonian day. We'll talk more about him in a moment, but this one's going to hold on to win 153-1, just to the half in 58, so they will ramp it up there in that back half. Gets through to the final, another win, and Ohio Sire Stakes champion at 2, Kentucky Sire Stakes champion, and Set Your Sights High will be a major player in the Hambletonian Oaks. So now we shift our focus over to the boys, and I was talking about Dunn and Melander. Here is Apex, last year's Mohawk Million winner, and he certainly earns it here in this elimination, as he's going to be out for most of the mile here, and he's just going to continue to power home to get the job done. Endurance with local connections here, trained by Chris Beaver, Andy McCarthy, pressing on the outside, and they had to go to the photo finish camera, but it is Apex that holds on to win 150-4. Endurance was second. American Power, James McDonald steering that one for Marcus Melander, and finished 3rd. Meanwhile, 4th was Captain Naughty, while AI was 5th. Those are your 5 horses moving on. And of course, when you talk about the Hambletonian, certainly a lot has been made over the last couple of years about the Marcus Melander trainees. Can they finally get their first Hambletonian win? Well, next week, they got a great shot with the horses they'll send forward, but they're going to have to contend with Big Ranger, as Big Ranger, the son of In Range, goes a huge mile here. If anybody had some question marks about him, seeing him step into this Hambletonian scene, well, he passed all those questions with flying answers, as Big Ranger goes on to a career best effort, 150 flat, 26-3 home. He was a certain powerhouse there to get the job done. Tim Tetrick driving, of course, he's had victories in the Hambletonian, thinking about a horse like Market Share. So Big Ranger, he is going to be a lot to handle, as it's going to be an intriguing Hambletonian final coming up next Saturday afternoon at the Meadowlands. A couple of impressive performances there, and I think you look across the board here, and you can make a case for about 4 or 5 of them as big-time contenders. I talked about those top 3 finishers in that first elim, Big Ranger as well. It could be worse. Magic Punk, Spencer Hanover, they were rounding out the horses that qualified for the final from that second elim. So as I mentioned, looking forward to that next Saturday afternoon, and we can now do all kinds of envisioning how that race might go. We've still got a week, though, and lots of races in between then and now. So let's talk about now as we talk about this 11-race program here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. We kick things off in race number 1, Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots Division. 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings. Evan mentioned it off the top. We've got 3 divisions here tonight, and it's amazing how quickly you get into the month of August here, and you've seen these horses now with more than just baby races, as we were getting into early July. Now they've got 2, 3 starts, 4 starts in the case of number 5, King Sullivan, under their belt. So we look at this group. It's going to be a full field of 10, race number 1. And I want to take you back here, as John Rallis has been kind enough, and the crew behind the scenes, to sort of key up some replays and get their thoughts. John will be joining us on the desk a little later on this evening. So why don't we go, guys, to one of our replays here, as we're going to look at a race from back on July 24th. So we're going back just a little over a week, and we're talking about some of the contenders in this first race. The morning line choice going into this one is the number 9, the Great Gazoo, but we are looking here at Speedy Michael, who is coming up on the outside. Now, Speedy Michael for Bob McClure, trainer Camille Christoforou. This was a horse that finished second in his debut, Son of King of the North, and here, second time out, he's going to press on to get up to the lead, and looks pretty good going around the far turn here, as he's going to get a little bit of separation, trots along nicely after getting to the half in 59-3, and doesn't have to go too much through that third quarter to look good up front. So we'll watch how he's going to finish off this mile, and unfortunately for him, when they do get down to the wire here, he's just going to get nailed in the final stages. But keeping an eye on some of the other horses that will go forward in this race. King Sullivan's one I talked about here, going to make a miscue, so that one will have to try and rebound here tonight. How about King of the South? We do have a driver change for that Scott McEnany trainee. Going to finish third, but trots another good final quarter. You see him on the outside there for Trevor Henry, as he will hold that third position. In each of his 3 starts, he's come home in sub-28 speed, but you see there, it was going to be Speedy Michael who dug in, tried to fend off the rival on the outside, but ultimately gets nipped. Speedy Michael, son of King of the North, King Sullivan, King of the South. I mean, you look at this group and King of the North certainly poised as this season's going to roll along to rack up some good numbers in his first season. Of course, a Breeders' Crown champion right here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Taking a look at the selections for the crew across the board here, and you're going to see Speedy Michael slot on the top position for Garnet Barnsdale, Randy Waples. John Rouse goes to the Great Gazoo, and so too does Kevin Plaucha. The Great Gazoo, a horse for trainer Sean Stacy, who's going to be making just his second start. He had just the one qualifier before getting into the races. What's interesting about that is there was nearly a month between that qualifier and that first start. Not exactly how you generally would chalk it up. And getting away from the rail, we know it can be a tricky starting spot. He ended up getting away 8th, but he closed really well as he made up good ground, got into the outer flow, final quarter in 27-4 to come up just short, finishing in second in his grassroots division. So the Great Gazoo, the post god's not necessarily on his side once again for this second start, but he showed a lot of ability first time out and can see why a couple of our pundits are going to throw him up top. That's race number 1 to kick things off. Of course, the early pick 5 launches there, $75,000 guaranteed pool. We'll move on to race number 2, and this is tonight's main event. We're getting it out of the way early. And sometimes at this time of the year, when you have this open trot or open pace early in the card, if that sun is just beating down on the track on a warm night, they could go a monster mile. I'm not ruling that out, but it's not necessarily the most picture-perfect night. But we've got a great-looking group of 6 that is going to square off in our open trot. Note the driver change on Osceola. No Trevor Henry this evening, so Tyler Jones is going to get the driving assignment for the Greg McNair trainee. And Osceola, coming in off a win, took a race back on July 19th at that top condition class, winning in 152-2. But it's going to be what on paper appears to be the showdown between Logan Park and a Moticon Legacy. And when we talk about these horses, the one thing about Logan Park is just the way that he goes about his business. And I want to go back to the replay of the most recent outing for Logan Park. We're going back a week ago, July 26th. This was our open trot. And Logan Park, once again, in his familiar position on the front end. And for Doug McNair, kind of just gets to control things. So we know what we're watching here with Logan Park, but we do want to circle in there on a Moticon Legacy. First start of the year for him. And obviously, he got a little derailed in terms of the scheduling as he had his first qualifier back on May 4th. Never came back then again to July 10th. The Kentucky Futurity winner from a year ago, an award winner, regally bred. The son of Wallner out of a Moticon Hanover. It's the step up to the 4-year-old season, now taking on older rivals. That's always going to be interesting to see how a horse transitions. And I mean, for a first start there, kind of what you'd expect, just sat in 4th and then rockets home with a 26-4 final quarter. For Logan Park, business as usual, and gets down to the wire first for the 150-4 score. But now tonight, the question is there a change of tactics? And what were we going to see this evening from a Moticon Legacy and Bob McClure? I think it certainly wouldn't be a surprise to see this one go a little more forward. And now strategy becomes a pretty integral part of how this race is going to play out. Does Logan Park get his usual quarter pole move to the lead and then just kind of control things? A Moticon Legacy, what's Bob McClure going to have up his sleeve? And as you can see, based on our expert selections there, across the board, they're all thinking it's going to be a Moticon Legacy to upend Logan Park. It's kind of the old what is new, kind of what's that shiny new toy that's going to catch your eye. I mean, Logan Park, how do you knock him? The season that he has had, he's running on a current 3-race win streak. He's gone 5 for 8 and just continues to do it. Doesn't matter now that he's up to the age of 6. He just continues to march on and has success. Sorry, at the age of 8, I mean. But this is a horse that's proven it time and time again. So I would think, hey, if you're the connections there, if you're Doug McNair, maybe a little chip on your shoulder going into tonight's race, seeing everybody expecting a Moticon Legacy to get the job done. Not to say that it's just a 2-horse race. Plenty of talent. Private Access, another one from the Blade Barn, going to go forward. Gaines Hanover was 3rd. You saw it in the replay there last time out in the Open. And for Osceola, he had a week off coming in off of a victory tonight. So going to be a good one there in race number 2. To me, it's a flip of a coin. Logan Parker, a Moticon Legacy. I don't need to necessarily ride everybody else's thoughts there. So I'll take Logan Park. Going to be a fun one in tonight's second. Let's continue on with this evening's races. Now we turn our focus on to race number 3. Tonight's third race, a pop-up series event here, as you've got a group of 8 on the pace that are going to push forward. Driver change, do note, number 4, Convoy 22. It's going to be Jonathan Drury. All those changes going across the bottom of your screen, we know they're integral to get those to you in a timely manner, of course, with that pick 5 kicking off in race number 1. So what do we say about this group? The morning line choice is the 8, Light the Torch. And the Dave Maneri barn, obviously, they just continue to roll right along, putting up big numbers once again here in 2026. And they see this horse now move into their care, coming back from Trois Rivières. We've seen this horse here before. Didn't have the greatest results in the last stint here at Woodbine Mohawk Park going back to early July, but went back to Quebec and in 3 starts there in Quebec, 2 wins and a second. Now goes into the Maneri barn. Louis Waugh is going to drive. Outside starting spot here, but a horse that does have a little bit of gate speed, I think. We didn't see it in our races here at Woodbine Mohawk Park, but has been able to push at least on the half-mile oval out of there. Light the Torch is going to be the top pick of Randy Waples. Meanwhile, looking over to John Rallis, he's going to be the only one that goes the other way. He goes to the 5 DA Let's Boogie, who returns here to the big track. They've been racing on the 5/8 at Grand River, and just slotted into a really nice spot in that non-winners of 3, and they weren't really touching him. I mean, it's a fast track there now with being a 5/8 oval at Grand River, but he's putting up miles in the 51 range. So he's certainly got plenty of ability. That son of Dancing Lou. Luke Blade trains. Bob McClure will drive. 5 wins on the season, and should be intrigued by this spot. Let's go over now to race number 4, another OSS grassroots division for the 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings. And as we talked about in that first division, we're getting horses now that have got 3-4 starts under their belt. You really have a good sense of exactly what they are. I'm still going to be intrigued at this time of the year by the horses that maybe just have that 1 start or are going to be debuting. In this case, there's only going to be 1 debuter in this race, and it's a horse that is certainly going to have to show a lot of ability to really surprise us here tonight. I think the number 4 Green Spot, but for Jeremy Marcotte, Tyler Jones driving, it's a horse that's coming from a qualifying win at Trois Rivières, 204 half-mile track. It's a qualifier. Maybe this horse takes a step up. It's a son of Green Man Elise. She was a Harrisburg buy. Going to be a big price in this race, but a horse that I'd be watching very closely to see how he performs. He's just maybe a little sneaky in terms of we just don't know much about him coming from Quebec. Morning line choice is the number 2, Graceful King. We talked about the Stacy barn. They've got a good chance in that first division. Mark McDonald driving once again. And for Graceful King, looking to double up. Already has a win in the grassroots. That was last time out, and showed the speed from the outside, or at least from the center of the gate, I should say. And for Graceful King, then comes back around to win in the lane with a 27-3 final quarter. So we go back and take a look at this effort from Graceful King, and we will circle in on him. Randy's going to use this guy as his top pick. John, not going to go that way. We'll see who he's got picked in a moment. But you see Graceful King here for Mark McDonald sitting there in the pocket spot, just off of the leader, about 2 lengths back at the 3/4 pole. And as I mentioned, turns in a big final quarter. Now, not a surprise considering in his career debut, he came home in 27-1, but here they're taking the speed up a little more. It's going to be a mile time of 1:55.4, and just storms up the inside here. Good job to get the victory, as he is going to find the line first and wins this one by about a length. Now 1 for 2, clocking a 55.4, and we'll see what he has for an encore performance coming up tonight in race number 4. So I think on paper it certainly looks like the Stacy McDonald duo have an opportunity to take those first 2 divisions of the grassroots. Graceful King going to be the top pick, as I mentioned, for Randy Waples, for Garnet Barnsdale and Kevin Plaucha. John once again going to go a different direction. He goes to the JF McGuire trainee Black Shank, who had a blowout win in his career debut, that being in a grassroots division back on July 24th. And a horse that faced a little pressure going up to the midway point, and then ultimately just gets away on them to win it by 7 lengths. Get him into a battle, though. Maybe that's the question mark, although I would imagine John's thinking this guy's got plenty of ability. A homebred for Acurie McGuire, a son of Archangel, will leave from the rail starting spot. We know that can be tricky for the trotters, so we'll see if Black Shank can give John the upper hand there in terms of who our experts like in race number 4. Continuing on, we'll get towards the midway point of this evening's card. Race number 5. Some veteran trotters getting set to clash in that one. $33,000 going to be the person. This non-winners of $20,000. Last 4 contests. You take a look. We do have a scratch of number 9, Paquette. That one won't race once again this evening. So with no Paquette, you got it. Kemp moves in a spot, and that is the final driver change we're waiting on in terms of our early pick 5 sequence. And again, when we get that, we will pass that along. You got it. Kemp maybe getting in one more spot makes him a little bit more of a horse that you want to keep an eye on here. Obviously well accomplished and with a mark of 51-3 already this season. Looking though at number 3, Sid the Kid, who comes back up a level once again. Raced at the Open just 2 back, was 3rd last time out off a 2-hole trip. Moved out there going to the 3/4 pole and ends up finishing in 3rd. Gets away from a couple of the horses that he faced in that event, but not the winner from that last start, being number 8, Major Velocity. We'll see if this one can double up. It's going to be a bit of a tough ask, I would think, because he was a surprise winner at 20-1 last time out, but maybe he's kind of found some nice form here. His last 2 races have been really good. So let's go back and take a look at the replay here, as we are going back to that contest on July 26th. Major Velocity is going to be our circle focus here. We've also got Stormont Beautiful, Sid the Kid. What about Elmo in this group? And taking a look, coming to the 3/4 pole here, as we were back on the 26th, Major Velocity, you can see him stacked up there on the outside. He's gonna unleash a 26-3 final quarter. Be curious to know what driver Jason Ryan thought turning for home. Did he really think that this was within reach? But check out the final quarter here to get up for the victory. Battling on in between horses there was Sid the Kid, who finishes 3rd, just beat 3 parts of a length. Another big final quarter. And to no surprise, Stormont Beautiful has been known for those big final kicks. The biggest question mark with her, she's got the 1 win in 7 starts this year, is just where she's going to be placed. Generally, she's going to be mid-pack or even further. And the question is, can you reach up? In this case, if the trips are maybe a little reversed and in that spot of Major Velocity, I don't think there's any doubt Stormont Beautiful wins this one. So what will we get tonight for Stormont Beautiful? You're going to see her name pop up all across there in terms of our expert selections. Major Velocity, though, Randy thinks this one can double up once again, and I'm sure you're probably going to get a pretty good price. What about Elmo? Going to be the top pick of John Rowlis. Paul Reed trainee is going to have James McDonald in the bike, as he'll get behind this one this evening. We'll see if maybe he can shake up that 5-year-old. And you got it, Kemp. It's Garnet Barnsdale's top pick here. And I said, don't sleep on this guy. Had a good trip a couple starts back. And a horse, again, that's got plenty of ability that we saw from that young age when he was a Sire Stakes champion, getting back into the racing action here this season. And that scratch certainly makes things just a little bit more intriguing for his outside starting spot. So race number 5 will be another good clash. Maybe we'll see a couple of those horses with a good effort can step up to the Open level going forward. For those Open trotters, though, coming up is the Earl Rowe, that invitational at Georgian Downs, I believe, coming up next weekend. So probably a good chance we won't see the Open trot coming up next week, but in a couple weeks' time. After that, next thing you know, you got the Maple Leaf Trot just around the corner coming up on Labor Day weekend. And I feel bad saying that, but the summer is flying right by. Race number 6, continuing on with that pop-up series that we're going to have coming up here tonight. Once again, it's going to be a field of 9. Morning line choice is the 8 Beach Tour for Mike Horner, who we saw have a victory here on Friday evening. Won't be in the bike. He'll turn the lines over to Mark McDonald once again. We'll be sitting behind Beach Tour for a 3rd consecutive start. A horse that has just 1 win in 18 tries. Pretty consistent efforts, though. Always seems to turn up with a good look. And the big thing is you got to find your spots. And I think this pop-up series probably will suit this guy very well. He's one to keep an eye on in the race, as we'll bring up our selections here for race number 6. Beach Tour, one that I'd be looking to towards the outside. Another horse I think you certainly have to give a lot of respect to is going to be that of old Drinkin' Buddy, the 7-year-old for Heather Pickett, Bob McClure. We've seen him come into this circuit time and time again. He's been racing at Grand River and Hiawatha Horse Park, was racing in the preferred 3 condition there at Sarnia the last couple of starts. I believe there was a cancellation there in between starts, which is why he didn't get raced between the 11th and the 25th, but was a winner 2 back there, good mile of 54-3. Now comes back again to the big track where he took his mark of 150-2 just a season ago. Classy old veteran, so he'll be one to keep an eye on. That's where Garnet Barnsdale goes to. Meanwhile, number 3, he's in control for trainer Kyle Bossens, is going to be the top pick of both Randy and John. This is a horse that didn't have a great effort last time out, but two-back certainly showed up with a big final quarter. His back half 54-2, rallying from 7th to come up 2nd there. And these pop-up events, again, for some of these horses, this is just something they're waiting for, to find a spot like this where they can bust through. That's race number 6. We'll get on to race number 7. Again, race 6 tonight, we'll start our late pick 5. The 7th race will be the second leg of that sequence, and it's another OSS grassroots event. Field of 9 to go forward. Our final grassroots contest tonight. Driver change on the 4, King's Crown and Coke. Scott McInerney, trainee, is going to see Travis Cullen get into the bike. And there is some familiarity there. That is an important driver change because Travis did drive this son of King of the North 2 starts back in the first grassroots of the season. And he made a move to the lead just after the opening quarter and went on to get the job done in 156-3. Now, Trevor Henry got back into his usual position behind him and similarly put him forward in his last start. And this guy just didn't have much on the end of it. Trotted his final quarter just 30-2, faded back to finish outside the money, finishing in 6th. So what does he have maybe for a rebound? Maybe there just is a little bit of magic there between King's Crown and Coke and driver Travis Cullen. So I think you'll give him another look now with that driver change. Looking at the rest of the field here for this grassroots event, number 7, DA Trickster. We saw the replay of this guy earlier in the show. He was the one that got up to beat Speedy Michael, who we'll see in the first race tonight. And he's now 2 for 2 to start his career for Team Young. Bob Young trains, Scott Young will do the driving. He was a London Classic buy for just $16,000, the son of Trixton, but he has shown up real well. He's done it from coming off the speed. Last time out, got a nice trip up close. Final quarters have been nice there with 27-3. So he's a versatile horse already at a young age with 2 starts. So he is going to be a major player tonight as he looks to go 3 for 3 to begin his campaign. Let's go back and take a look at a replay from July 24th. We already saw DA Trickster win, so maybe we'll key in on a couple of the horses here, including when we talked about King's Crown and Co., who was on the lead in this start. Stormont Maroon is the one that we have highlighted here. He's a son of Green Man Alishi. We talk about Stormont Beautiful from the Kevin Ben barn. Well, this horse from the same barn and has a very similar good final quarter kick. He's going to rally here. He got away 7th, gets to the outer flow, and sitting off cover, he's going to deliver with a good final quarter to get up for the win. Louis Waugh driving once again. He's been behind him in all 3 of his charted lines from a couple of qualifiers now to this career debut, and it was a good-looking debut win, 157. So where does he get spotted here tonight? He draws towards the outside. Does he have a bit of gate speed that they could flash? We'll see. But you love what you saw from the debut there. So we'll see what he has for an encore performance. Taking a look at our expert selections, Randy goes with the 6, Great White North, who already has a case of second-nitis, just 3 starts into his career, but 3 runner-up finishes, and they've all been narrow losses. Started off getting beat by a neck, got beat ahead, beat a length in his most recent start. This son of King of the North was a Harrisburg buy for trainer Mike Keeling. His connections there, his partners on this guy. I think they have to love what they've seen so far. They obviously would like to see him in the winner's circle, but he's raced real well. And I think it's a horse that we could see once again right in the mix, and it's going to be Randy's top pick, hoping that he can break through. DA Trickster, that of John Rouse, Stormont Maroon, the pick of Garnet, and also going to the 7, DA Trickster, will be Kevin Plaucha. Race number 7 will wrap up the grassroots. We'll get on then to race number 8. Tonight's 8th race is going to start our late pick 4. There is 11 races on this Sunday evening. And in this race, we've got a field of 9 getting set to clash. It's going to be 5-year-olds and youngers. Winners of 3, no more than 6. And looking at the number 2, Touched by an Angel, an OSS Gold performer this season. A couple of them that have been racing at the gold level going to square off in this contest, including the number 3, Maize and Blue, the number 9, Dream for Peace. But Touched by an Angel, for me, a horse that generally shows up whenever he comes to the track for trainer Kyle Fellows and Doug McNair. The question mark is, how can he finish off the mile? He's been in a position where he looked like he's going to be a winner and just got a little weak late in the miles. But the one thing about him is he's been quite the consistent check getter. Already made $193,000 this year. Sure, you'd love to have a horse that's winning week in and week out, but hard to knock this guy. Raced in the good times final this year, was 4th. So with just 2 wins and 8 starts, but he's always right there on the board, and this looks like a pretty nice spot for him. You know, he raced this level 2 back where he finished 3rd, coming home in a final quarter of 27 seconds flat. Got a mid-pack trip, came off cover, and really raced well, coming up short by just a length. That's going to be Garnet Barnsdale's top pick. Interesting enough, though, none of the other three are going to go that way. 7 right here, Hanover. Has had to face, I guess you could say, some tougher company, including a horse that's going to race in the open in private access. So this should be a nicer spot for him. Meanwhile, top pick for John is going to be the 6 Griff. Griff on the season is 1 for 6, but again, you look to where he raced 2 starts back. It's kind of some similar competition to what he has this evening. John must love something about him here, and we'll hear from him later on why he's going to go that direction, but he'd really need to take a step up. And Maize and Blue going to be the pick there of Kevin Plaucha. I talked about this horse having squared off with Touched by an Angel at the gold level this year. He raced a week ago here and did the road work before giving things up late. Got nailed at the wire by Toss of the Dice. Now, Toss of the Dice stopped the clock in 52 and 3. It was a good mile by Maize and Blue. Stablemate of Touched by an Angel, so gives a nice 1-2 punch. I still give the edge, though, to Touched by an Angel here in tonight's 8th race. Race number 9, final pick 3 of the evening, is going to start here. Tonight's 9th race, continuing with that pop-up series. We talked a bit about Drinking Buddy in the earlier division on the program. A horse that he'd been squaring off with is Sportsline, and Sportsline is going to come from that preferred 3 at Sarnia. Brady Galliers for Pat Bissett gets that post 3 starting spot this evening, and he's on a nice 3-race win streak, is this classy old veteran. And for these horses, it gets them back to the big track, and you do have a little something you can go off in terms of when you've seen these horses race here in the past. A horse that I think you certainly want to take a close look at in this position is going to be that of the number 7 Larceny. So not one of those horses that's returning to the big track. This is a guy that we see all the time, and last time out he finished 3rd for trainer Carmen Osiello. Was well back in a race that saw some wicked fractions up front. They got to 3/4 in 20 and 2 and finishes 3rd. You see he gets beat 5-6 lengths, but let's be real. I mean, an effort like that coming here tonight should get him the winner's share, in my opinion. He's going to be all over everyone's picks here, landing in that 2nd spot, but I think tonight could be the night for Larceny. Daryl Teeson's had a few wins as of late, so we'll keep our eye on him. Hazy Coast is going to be the top pick, though, of 3 of our 4, including Randy, Garnet, and Kevin. Hazy Coast for Mike Horner. Maybe that barn can stay hot. We'll see them earlier in the card. Win on Friday night, as I mentioned. 2-back finished 3rd, just beat a neck. And again, was in that race Larceny was in with just those insane fractions a week ago. We'll move on to race number 10, as that'll start the late double, continuing on with the pop-up series. And looking at tonight's 10th race, your morning line choice is going to be the number 7, Grin and Win. So Drinking Buddy stablemate here for trainer Heather Pickett's coming in off a win at Clinton on the half mile. The 4-year-old son of Believe in Bruisers got 2 wins on the season. Has been racing pretty consistent, racing at Grand River where he was picking up some on-the-board finishes and then coming in off that win. And that goes back to the National Driving Championship day a week ago at Clinton. Mark Campbell was doing the driving, and it was a nifty little steer here from an off-the-pace score on the half-mile oval. Lands in this spot. We'll see what he can bring to the table. Outside starter number 8, Batter Up Hanover for trainer Ben Hollingsworth. It is a horse that, has gone 52 here many times. Mark of 52 last year, mark of 52 this season. And one that, again, was in tough last time at Grand River in terms of some of the horses he faced there. Some of those starters we'll see tomorrow on their preferred. So probably likes this spot, I'd have to think. He's going to be the top pick of Randy. Grin and Win is where John's going to go. The number 2, Up Joey's Credit. We do have a driver change for that one that'll be coming in. And he was a winner here at Woodbine Mohawk Park 2-back. And not going to overlook that. It was a pretty nice effort on the first up move to win at 51 and 4. Went back to Georgian where he finished 3rd, but raced from the back of the pack. So he's in some pretty nice form for trainer Jake Roberts. And Kevin is going to go with the number 3, Scammer. 1 for 16 on the season. And again, was a part of that wicked speed race from a week ago. And that's one of those races where if you weren't really into it, I think you just kind of got to watch each individual horse to see what they brought in that race. He was near the back of the pack. I mean, well back, but it's a pretty good line in the last 3 for him, really. He's been pacing some pretty good speed. 3-back, he finished 2nd, closing up real well. So he'll be a closer in there. You'd have to think Tyler Jones, hoping that he gets some speed to chase once again. Going on now to race number 11, final race this evening. We cap things off on the trot. The Trotters are the stars of the show here this evening, and scheduled to be a full field at 10 until the number 10 got scratched. So the 10th out of the last race, scratched here tonight. PL Robert G. Looking here, number 8, Ngawa for trainer Paul McDonnell, a horse that has been a consistent check getter on the season, 4 wins across the board, and stays at this level, 3rd consecutive start racing in this spot, and isn't going to be a horse that you see too much early speed shown from, but for Mark McDonald, he's going to have to try and map out the right kind of trip for him once again. Generally, you'll hear him come calling later on. Last race here, guys. I don't think we have a replay, so why don't we bring up the selections here for our final race tonight. And we do want to note the jackpot high five wagering, $83,000 is our carryover going into this race. Here's a look at those selections. The Ngawa's going to be the top pick of 3 of the 4. Ricky Resolve is where Garnet Barnsdale is going to go, and each and every night you can find Garnet's Horse Players Journal in the program. And to get his thoughts, and this is one that caught my eye that this was the direction he's going to go. But he talked about tough trip there last time out, real tough trip. Not going to be much he can do about that. Has talked about this horse finding a way in the past, and Tyler Jones will get into the bike with Ricky Resolve. He drove him earlier on this season, not in the last couple of starts, but gets back into the bike and. Again, classy veteran here, the 7-year-old, so maybe he can make some noise, and you never know. If he pulls the upset, could really shake up that jackpot high five. Let's take a look now at the plays of the night. No plays for me. Pinch hitting here, jumping into the seat last minute. John is scheduled to join us on the desk in a little bit. Randy a little under the weather, but here's a look at Randy's plays of the night. He's going all in on a Motorcon Legacy, and I get it. I get where everybody's thinking, and I expect a Motorcon Legacy to come up big this evening, but for me, it's a 2-horse race, him and Logan Park, and there's something about the fact that everybody's going to a Motorcon Legacy that tells me you just don't want to count out Logan Park. Meanwhile, Light the Torch is going to be Waple's Watch. That's coming up in race number 3. Major Velocity. Again, Randy thinks this guy can double up after the 20-1 win last time out. He'll need a good-looking trip. And right here, Hanover is his worth a look coming up in race number 8 for Tyler Jones and Justin Turcotte. Plays of the night for John Rallis. Again, all in on a Motorcon Legacy. He likes DA Let's Boogie as his best bet coming in race number 3, first division of the pop-up series. Slips back over from Grand River. We talked about that horse is on an absolute heater, and he'll look to keep it going for McClure Blay. Griff, we noted that this was an intriguing pick of John. That's going to be his worth a look, so maybe you can spot a price. And he wants to say, let's beat the fave in the finale. So going against the favorites, and we talked about some potential upsetters in that one. All right, so there you have it. Hopefully you're able to track along. Hopefully we got through that smooth and painless. First race is coming up in a little bit on this Sunday evening. Thanks so much for joining us. If you're joining us on track, have a wonderful night. For those of you tuning in, sit back, relax, best of luck with your plays. First race in just a few moments. We'll take a time out here at Mohawk.
This summer, experience the thrill of Canada's biggest race day, the King's Plate, Canada's most prestigious horse racing event, where elegance meets excitement and tradition meets celebration. Tickets on sale now at kingsplate.com.
Winback Farm graduates are born to compete and raised to win and have made over $480 million and have won over 50,000 times. Yearlings for sale in Goshen, Ohio, Lexington, London, and Harrisburg. Featuring first crop yearlings sired by Meadowlands Pace winner Beach Glass, Adios Pace winner Cannibal, O'Brien Award winner Lawless Shadow, multiple O'Brien Award winner Tattoo Artist, and Van Patch Award winner Volume 8. Yearlings eligible for multiple racing jurisdictions. For more information, visit winbackfarm.com.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label will sing with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
Trotters on track for tonight's first race. It's your OSS Grassroots third leg for 2-year-old trotting colts. Number 1 is Save You a Seat. Travis Henry for owner-trainer Francis Dumichel. Francis shares ownership with Robert Daly, A-Curie CSL, and Daniel Davis. Number 2 is Steadfastly. Tyler Jones gets the call for trainer Luke Blay, owned by Determination. Number 3, King of the South. Travis Cullen aboard for owner-trainer Scott McEnany. Scott shares ownership with Farsakis Racing, Kentucky Farm Incorporated, and Mart West Racing Stable. 4 is Speedy Michael. Bob McClure for trainer Camilla Christoforou, owned by Irvan Holdings Incorporated and Charlambas Christoforou. The 5 is King Sullivan. Louis-Philippe Roy in the bike for trainer Ben Bayarjan, owned by Tom and Elizabeth Rankin. 6, Clarkey. Paul Davies drives, trains, and co-owns with Nicole Davies and Sobe Racing Incorporated and Robert Jones. Number 7 is Puff Puff Pass. Ryan Holiday drives, David Holiday trains, owned by Carolyn Holiday and Dr. Paul Rutherford. 8 is Man King. James McDonald for trainer Susie Kerwood, owned by M&L of Delaware LLC. 9 is the Great Gazoo. Mark McDonald in the bike for trainer Sean Stacy, owned by Hudson Standardbred Stable, Dan Mogridge, David Reed, and Landmark 19 Racing Stable. 10 is Legendary Warrior. Doug McNair for owner-trainer George Zernis. Field of 10 going postward for tonight's first race. It's your $75,000 guaranteed pick 5. OSS Grassroots 2-year-old trotting colts go postward in less than 4. wings begin to open up as the starter calling the field to the gate for tonight's first race here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. OSS Grassroots, third leg for 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings. Right now it's the 4 Speedy Michael taking most of the play right now at 6-5. Second choice on the board going to the 9. The Great Gazoo at 9-2. We've got 10 on gate for the first here at Woodbine Mohawk Park as the rain begins to fall. It's post time. It comes to the head of the stretch for tonight's first race. OSS Grassroots 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings picking up speed. Here they come. And there they go. And a nice beginning. And right down on the inside. Save you a seat. Getting away quickest of all. Down the middle, that's Puff Puff Pass. The outside sees the Great Gazoo surging. There's King Sullivan setting up in the top 4, and Speedy Michael has just made a break. The favorite has gone off stride as they move into that first turn. It's Clarkey now taking over 5th position, followed by Steadfastly and Man King. Final 2, King of the South and Legendary Warrior. 27-4 to the opening quarter, and right now it's a 2-horse race. The Great Gazoo at 5-2 is cleared to the top and leads it by a couple of lengths. Save you a seat at 42-1 is next best. We've got about 8 lengths back to Puff Puff Pass, followed by King Sullivan. Clarkey is off the speed there in 5th. Steadfastly racing along in 6th, followed by Man King, King of the South, and Legendary Warrior. The trailer trying to catch the pack is the favorite. That's Speedy Michael. And they get to the half in 56-4. The Great Gazoo still leading the way. Save you a seat is right there in the pocket, sitting in 2nd. Still about 8 to 9 lengths back, and Puff Puff Pass has self-destructed, and now that allows for Clarkey to move up position, now taking over 3rd. King Sullivan is sitting in 4th and 5th on the move. Here comes Man King Steadfastly and King of the South. They move to the 3/4 in 126-3, and it's the Great Gazoo and Save You a Seat. They're going to have to battle things out. The Great Gazoo now in front by about 2.5 lengths over Save You a Seat. Clarkey is trying to close some ground, but they're very well spaced out here as they come for home in this OSS Grassroots division for 2-year-old trotting colts. It's the Great Gazoo, far and away the best. Clean through the mile. It's the Great Gazoo and Mark McDonald. Take it by about 5. Save You a Seat, followed by Clarkey, 156-3. Unofficial results 9-1-6-8. First OSS Grassroots Division for 2-year-old trotting colts goes to the 9, the Great Gazoo. 2-year-old colt by Green Manalishi out of the Crazed Mare, Kinda Crazy Lindy. Bred by the Princeton Farms and Stephen Palermo, Hudson Standardbred Stable Incorporated, Dan Mulgridge, David Reed, and Landmark 19 Racing Stable, your owners. Trained by Sean Stacy, driven to victory by Mark McDonald, the Great Gazoo. Breaks the maiden in 156-3 time. OSS winner of tonight's first division for 2-year-old trotting colts goes to the Great Gazoo. Now official 9168. Prices coming up. The Great Gazoo returning $760, $460, $320. Save you a seat, $25, $20, $11. Clarkey, $420 to show. Your $2 exactor ticket of 9 and 1, $349.70. The $1 triactor paid $688.95. $1 superfecta, $8,885.60. And in your early pick 5 pool of over 94,000, $22,980 will play on to race number 2. Trotting colts and geldings picking up speed. Here they come. And there they go. And a nice beginning. And right down on the inside. Save you a seat. Getting away quickest of all. Down the middle, that's Puff Puff Pass. The outside sees the Great Gazoo surging. There's King Sullivan setting up in the top 4. And Speedy Michael has just made a break. The favorite has gone off stride as they move into that first turn. It's Clarkey now taking over 5th position, followed by Steadfastly and Man King. Final 2, King of the South and Legendary Warrior. 27-4 to the opening quarter, and right now it's a 2-horse race. The Great Gazoo at 5-2 is cleared to the top and leads it by a couple of lengths. Save you a seat at 42-1 is next best. We've got about 8 lengths back to Puff Puff Pass, followed by King Sullivan. Clarkey is off the speed there in 5th. Steadfastly racing along in 6th, followed by Man King, King of the South, and Legendary Warrior. The trailer trying to catch the pack is the favorite. That's Speedy Michael. And they get to the half in 56-4. The Great Gazoo still leading the way. Save you a seat is right there in the pocket, sitting in 2nd. Still about 8 to 9 lengths back, and Puff Puff Pass has self-destructed, and now that allows for Clarkey to move up position, now taking over 3rd. King Sullivan is sitting in fourth and fifth on the move. Here comes Man King steadfastly, and King of the South. They move to the three quarters in 126 and 3, and it's the Great Gazoo and Save You a Seat. They're going to have to battle things out. The Great Gazoo now in front by about 2.5 lengths over Save You a Seat. Clarkey is trying to close some ground, but they're very well spaced out here as they come for home in this OSS Grassroots Division for 2-year-old trotting colts. It's the Great Gazoo, far and away the best. Clean through the mile. It's the Great Gazoo and Mark McDonald. Take it by about 5. Save You a Seat, followed by Clarkey, 156 and 3. Order of finish on the first race. Save You a Seat was second, Steadfastly sixth, King of the South fifth, Speedy Michael was seventh, King Sullivan eighth, Clarkey was third, Puff Puff Pass 10th, Man King was fourth, the Great Gazoo, your winner, and Legendary Warrior finishing ninth. The Great Gazoo breaks the maiden in this OSS Grassroots Division for 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings. Time of the mile was 156 and 3. Race number 2, your open trot. There's no show wagering. Number 6, Osceola, will be driven by Tyler Jones. And please note the track condition has been downgraded to good. We have a good track now at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Open Trotters are on track and in parade for tonight's second race. Number 1, Logan Park, Doug McNair aboard for trainer Kyle Fellows. Owned by Out of the Park Stable, Reg Higgs and Arpad Szabo. Number 2 is Penteller Hanover, Louis-Philippe Roy for trainer Jean-Francois Maguire. Owned by Écurie Maguire Incorporated, Jean Mondu and Jean Allaire and GT Stables. 3 is Private Access. James McDonald gets the call for trainer Luke Blay, owned by Determination. 4 is Emoticon Legacy. Bob McClure for trainer Luke Blay, owned by Determination. 5 is Gaines Hanover. Mark McDonald for trainer Justin Turcotte, owned by Gaston J.Y. Blay Incorporated. The 6 is Osceola. Tyler Jones picking up the drive for trainer Greg McNair. Greg McNair co-owns with Willow Oak Racing LLC and Paul Hauman. Field of 6 going posted for tonight's second race. It's your open trot, and it's set to go in less than 4 minutes. Wings open up on the starting gate as the field of open trotters close in on the gate to open this open trot here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Right now 4 to 5, it's the 4, Emoticon Legacy, taking slightly more play than the 1, Logan Park, right now at 6 to 5. Third choice on the board for some good value might be the 3 Private Access right now at 6-1. We got 6 trotters in behind the gate. Your open trot here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Field picking up speed. Here they come. And there they go. Slightly off the gate there was the 6 Osceola, and they're off and trotting, and Gaines Hanover sharply off the wings. Logan Park on the inside, and Penteller Hanover getting away in third. Racing in fourth, that's Private Access, followed by Emoticon Legacy in fifth. Osceola is the early trailer, and they move single file through that first turn, and it's Gaines Hanover at 18-1 with Mark McDonald aboard. They lead the charge by that opening quarter-mile mark, with Logan Park sitting second. 26-4, quick first quarter put up, and there goes Logan Park getting the cue from McNair, and right out and around to grab the top. Logan Park now takes charge. Gaines Hanover sitting in second. Penteller Hanover is third by the 3/8. Private Access and Emoticon Legacy yet to engage. Osceola still the trailer. It's Logan Park going into that far turn, or approaching the half right now at this point. But Logan Park has the slight advantage, 55-2. Quick first half on this good track as they move into the far turn. Logan Park showing the way. Gaines Hanover sitting in second, and Penteller Hanover races along in third. Private Access, Emoticon Legacy, and Osceola. No changes, and no one's willing to commit yet. They're still single file now from the backfield. There goes Emoticon Legacy out from a fifth. Logan Park still with the engine through that turn, looking to make it 4 consecutive wins. 124 to the 3/4. Logan Park still with the hammer, and there's Emoticon Legacy striding well on the outside, gaining with every stride. Gaines Hanover second. Out pops Penteller Hanover. Emoticon Legacy and a Private Access. Osceola trails, but Logan Park right now far the best, opening up by about 5 to 6 on the field. It's Logan Park dominant in this open trot. Logan Park takes it. Looks like it might be Private Access just edging out Emoticon Legacy for the second position. 150-4 is your time. Here comes your winner of tonight's second race. Your open trot goes to number 1, Logan Park. Simply dominant in the second race. That's 4 consecutive in this open category. Logan Park, an 8-year-old gelding by Archangel out of the Muscle Mass mare right out of the park. Owned by Out of the Park Stable, Reg Higgs and Arpad Zabo. Kyle Fellows trains. Doug McNair captaining the winning drive. 4 in a row for Logan Park tonight, a time of 150-4. That's 6 wins in 9 starts in 2026 for Logan Park. Unofficial, or rather official results now, 1-4-3-5. Payouts on the second, Logan Park 350, 210, Emoticon Legacy 210. There's no show wagering. The $2 exactor, $6.40. The 143 $1 try, $13.85. $1 superfecta, $26.50. And your 9-1 double, $16.80. In your early pick 5 pool, $11,228 and change. Moves on to race 3. Picking up speed, here they come. And there they go. Slightly off the gate there was the 6 Osceola, and they're off and trotting, and gains Hanover sharply off the wings. Logan Park on the inside, and Penteller Hanover getting away in third. Racing in fourth, that's Private Access, followed by Emoticon Legacy in fifth. Osceola is the early trailer, and they move single file through that first turn, and it's Gaines Hanover at 18-1 with Mark McDonald aboard. They lead the charge by that opening quarter-mile mark, with Logan Park sitting second. 26-4, quick first quarter put up, and there goes Logan Park getting the cue from McNair, and right out and around to grab the top. Logan Park now takes charge. Gaines Hanover sitting in second. Penteller Hanover is third by the 3/8. Private Access and Emoticon Legacy yet to engage. Osceola still the trailer. It's Logan Park going into that far turn, or approaching the half right now at this point. But Logan Park has the slight advantage, 55-2. Quick first half on this good track as they move into the far turn. Logan Park showing the way. Gaines Hanover sitting in second, and Penteller Hanover races along in third. Private Access, Emoticon Legacy, and Osceola. No changes, and no one's willing to commit yet. They're still single file now from the backfield. There goes Emoticon Legacy out from a fifth. Logan Park still with the engine through that turn, looking to make it 4 consecutive wins. 124 to the 3/4. Logan Park still with the hammer, and there's Emoticon Legacy striding well on the outside, gaining with every stride. Gaines Hanover second. Out pops Penteller Hanover. Emoticon Legacy and a Private Access. Osceola trails, but Logan Park right now far the best, opening up by about 5 to 6 on the field. It's Logan Park dominant in this open trot. Logan Park takes it. Looks like it might be Private Access just edging out Emoticon Legacy for the second position. 150-4 is your time. Order up for the second, Logan Park, your winner. Penteller Hanover fifth, Private Access third. Emoticon Legacy second, Gaines Hanover fourth, and Osceola finishing sixth. Logan Park, 4 in a row here at the open class. 150-4 the time tonight. Looking ahead to race number 3, kicks off the early pick 4. The 4, Convoy 22, Jonathan Drury, the new driver. And 8, Light the Torch, move the hopples out a couple inches from 60.5 to 62.5 inches. Horses on track for tonight's third race, the one Freight Days a Week. Phil Hudon aboard for owner-trainer Doug High. Doug shares ownership with Chris Rogers. Number 2 is Capitano Italiano. Mark McDonald for trainer Nicky Comegna. Bruno Comegna, your owner. Number 3 is Magical Bet. Scott Young driving for owner-trainer Dr. Peter Johnston. Craig Watkins shares in that partnership. The 4 is Convoy 22. Jonathan Drury gets the call for co-owner and trainer Kyle Bossens. Kyle shares ownership with Going for Broke Stable and Leonard Christopher. 5 DA Let's Boogie. Bob McClure for trainer Luke Blay, owned by Cousin Farms. 6 is Doc's Philly Cheese. James McDonald at the helm for owner and trainer Brittany Kennedy. Brittany shares ownership with Money Clip Racing. Number 7, Rye. J.R. Plant between the pipes for trainer Gerard Demers, owned by Yannick Marquis. 8 is Light the Torch. Louis Philippe Roy for trainer Dave Maneri, owned by Marc-Andre Simoneau and Jean Fontaine. Field of 8 goes postward for tonight's third race. Post time in under 4.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 3. Another victory there for Logan Park, getting the job done. I know myself included with a lot of other people wanted to go Motorcon Legacy's direction. Did some trotting there and then just kind of flattened out towards the end of the stretch. But Logan Park, again, he's one that hasn't raced all that much this year if you really consider it, and he just keeps getting tighter and tighter. We're going to move on here to race number 3, and that's going to kick off this early pick 4, field of 8 going postward. I'm going to go to the current 3-5 favorite, DA Let's Boogie, a Luke Blay trainee that was a big ticket purchase as a yearling. Things didn't really, work out in his favor as a 2-year-old. 5 starts, just 1 win to show for it, but the confidence is really starting to build over the last couple of years. I know he's not taking on maybe a stakes caliber company that I'm sure that they anticipated he would throughout the duration of his career, but he's a nice-looking, really, really nice-looking colt. He's getting the job done, and again, he just continues to build a confidence, and I like that, especially with him coming back to the big track. The last time we did see him here was May 30th, and he got the job done. He's so much more handier than he used to be. I mean, at times he would be a little bit tricky. I think that's just coming with more starts and more maturity at the age of 4. So I'm going to go the direction of this gelded son of Dancing Lou, D8 Let's Boogie. Another rival in here that merits a lot of respect, obviously, I figured would, potentially or likely go off as the race favorite is the 8-horse Light the Torch. I think a lot of eyes on this 6-year-old gelded son of Always Be Mickey is as a result of Dave Maneri taking over training duties here. And this guy's coming off back-to-back wins at Three Rivers. We saw him here locally at Woodbine Mohawk Park under Gerard Demers' care. One that didn't really put forth the best of efforts, had some tough draws to work with as well, but I think the trainer change to Dave Maneri is likely what's going to catch a lot of people's attention in this spot. But 7-2, 3-1, not taking the amount of support that I anticipated, but that could very well change by the time the gate rolls. So Light the Torch of popular selection by many, but I'm going to go to DA Let's Boogie. I think some other players underneath, I think a horse like Doc's Philly Cheese is definitely one that can spice things up at the bottom. Pretty handy racehorse, has a good draw to work with. I think this one will have every opportunity to hit the ticket. And I'm intrigued by Freight Days a Week. I think this is 20-1. I think this is definitely a ticket player. It's a short field. We've seen some good wheels on the end of it from this son of Jimmy Freight in the past. Not a big win candidate by virtue of his winless campaign so far in 2026. But again, I think one that can definitely do enough pacing towards the end of it to spice things up. 23-1, I think this is definitely one that you want to include underneath in your business. Magical Bet, Convoy 22. Convoy 22, things didn't work out for him last time out, but this is a horse that has been racing sharp, had 2 wins prior to that most recent 9th place effort. You could see by his 2025 summary, 10 wins and 28 starts. This is a horse that likes to do his job. They're going to the gate here for race number 3. Evan, it's good to hear from you.
Hey, great to have you on board here tonight as well, John. And yeah, I wish the weather was a little bit better, but yeah, pretty quick time so far in this good track. We got a field of 8 lining up to the gate for tonight's 3rd race. It's the 5, DA Let's Boogie, taking most of the play right now at 3-5. 8 Light the Torch, second choice, 5-2. Gate comes to the head of the stretch. It's post time for race 3 here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. It comes down the lane for tonight's 3rd race. Field picks up speed. Here they come. And they're off and pacing, and speed coming from the outside. That's a Light the Torch. Convoy 22 getting away well, and DA Lutz Boogie down the middle. Doc's Philly Cheese getting away in 4th. Freight Days a Week in your top 5. Capitano Italiano and Magical Bet, followed by Rye rounding out the field. Through that turn, it's Light the Torch at 7-5, grabbing the lead for Louis Wa. They're in front by a couple of lengths as they hit the opening quarter-mile mark for 26-3. DA Lutz Boogie sitting in 2nd. Convoy 22 is a couple further back in 3rd. Racing 4th, that's Doc's Philly Cheese. Freight Days a Week off the speed in 5th. Further back, Capitano Italiano, Magical Bet, and Rye Can See 'Em All. By the 3/8 mark, DA Lutz Boogie out and around Light the Torch to grab the front. Convoy 22 is closed up some gap there in 3rd. Doc's Philly Cheese unchanged from 4th, and Freight Days a Week still in contention in 5th. 55-3 to the halfway point. Capitano Italiano, Magical Bet, and the trailer still Rye. Single file, they move into the far turn, and DA Lutz Boogie is striding well, leads it by a length. Pocket sitting there, but now right lines, it's Light the Torch. DA Lutz Boogie kicks out the plugs. Light the Torch applying pressure on the outside. Second overtoe from Doc's Philly Cheese. Convoy 22 on the inside, and Freight Days a Week is right there. 124-2, they come to the head of the stretch. DA Lutz Boogie on the inside. The outside sees Light the Torch. There's Convoy 22 going to try and split the D and come up the middle. It's DA Lutz Boogie and Light the Torch. Convoy 22, Doc's Philly Cheese, and Freight Days a Week. DA Lutz Boogie gets it for McClure. 5 in a row for DA Lutz Boogie. Looks like Light the Torch, followed by Convoy 22, 151-3. Unofficial results, 5-8-4-6. Here comes your winner of tonight's 3rd race. It's the 5, DA Lutz Boogie. 5th consecutive victory for the 4-year-old gelding by Danson Lou out of the Sports Raider mare Sports Beauty. Owned by Cousin Farms, Luke Blade trains, Bob McClure captaining the win, D.A. Lutz Boogie. 4 consecutive victories at Grand River. Now pulls off a victory here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. 151-3, 6 victories in 2026 for D.A. Lutz Boogie. Official 5846, DA Lutz Boogie 370, 210, 210. Light the Torch 240, 210. Convoy 22, $3. $2 exactor ticket, $7.50. The $1 try, 14 1/4. $1 superfecta, 29.70. Your 1-5 double, $7.50. The $1 pick 3, 16.35. In your pick 4 pool of over 31,000, $13,901. Plays on to race number 4. And in your early pick 5 pool, $4,872 still in play. Lane for tonight's third race. Field picks up speed. Here they come. And they're off and pacing, and speed coming from the outside. That's a Light the Torch. Convoy 22 getting away well, and D.A. Lutz Boogie down the middle. Doc's Philly Cheese getting away in 4th, Freight Days a Week in your top 5. Capitano Italiano and Magical Bet, followed by Rye rounding out the field. Through that turn, it's Light the Torch at 7-5, grabbing the lead for Louis Wah. They're in front by a couple of lengths as they hit the opening quarter-mile mark for 26-3. D.A. Lutz Boogie sitting in 2nd. Convoy 22 is a couple further back in 3rd. Racing 4th, that's Doc's Philly Cheese. Freight Days a Week off the speed in 5th. Further back, Capitano Italiano, Magical Bet, and Rye Can See 'Em All. By the 3/8 mark, D.A. Lutz Boogie out and around Light the Torch to grab the front. Convoy 22 is closed up some gap there in 3rd. Doc's Philly Cheese unchanged from 4th, and Freight Days a Week still in contention in 5th. 55-3 to the halfway point. Capitano Italiano, Magical Bet, and the trailer still Rye. Single file, they move into the far turn, and D.A. Lutz Boogie is striding well, leads it by a length. Pocket sitting there, but now right lines, it's Light the Torch. D.A. Lutz Boogie kicks out the plugs. Light the Torch applying pressure on the outside. Second overtoe from Doc's Philly Cheese. Convoy 22 on the inside, and Freight Days a Week is right there. 124-2, they come to the head of the stretch. D.A. Lutz Boogie on the inside. The outside sees Light the Torch. There's Convoy 22 going to try and split the D and come up the middle. It's D.A. Lutz Boogie and Light the Torch. Convoy 22, Doc's Philly Cheese, and Freight Days a Week. D.A. Lutz Boogie gets it for McClure. 5 in a row for D.A. Lutz Boogie. Looks like Light the Torch, followed by Convoy 22, 151 and 3. Order of finish on the third race, Freight Days a Week was 5th, Capitano Italiano 8th, Magical Bet 7th, Convoy 22 was 3rd, DA Let's Boogie your winner, Doc's Philly Cheese 4th, Rye was 6th, and Light the Torch finishing 2nd. DA Let's Boogie your winner, a time of 151 and 3, DA Let's Boogie reeling off 5 consecutive victories. Looking ahead to the fourth race, it's second division of the evening. For OSS Grassroots 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings, the 1 Black Shank remove the cheek roll on the left side, and 3 Alarm Bell has Bob McClure in the bike.
A few minutes to go before they come out for race number 4. DA Let's Boogie gets the job done to kick off that early pick 4 at odds of 4 to 5. We're going to have a field of 10 here going posted in this Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots leg for these 2-year-old trotting colts. We've got a full field of 10 going posted here, and a pretty competitive affair, I'd say, but I think a lot of people are going to be looking towards the inside of the gate in this affair between Black Shank as well as Graceful King, both of which are coming off winning efforts, and both of which are coming off very nice winning efforts. Black Shank, J.F. Maguire, trainee who romped in his career debut. Maybe the time isn't as flashy as Graceful King's, but the effort was a really, really good one, and one that was absolutely wrapped up was this 2-year-old gelded son of Archangel. But he is currently offering a 3-to-1 value. He's going to be my top pick in this spot, and I know he's going to have to start from the pole position, but to me, I'm not really overly concerned about that. Hopefully, he can get himself situated in a pretty good spot. Maybe find his way to the lead early, or maybe work out a nice trip, but Black Shank is going to be the way that I'm going to go. And speaking of trips, it's exactly what Graceful King did last time out. Left out of there, worked out a nice little trip, and had enough pop on the end of it to get by Great White North. Great White North has been racing well, just been struggling to find the winner's circle. Some of the trips have either been a little bit unlucky, too much ground to make up, and some of them he's just had every opportunity to get the job done. So Graceful King, he was able to pick off Great White North up the inside to score career victory number 1. We are seeing some support now by Spiritual Guidance, though, and I think that's a lot to do with the fact that he's going to be exiting a pair of gold tries. This is a Greg McNair trainee that was a winner in a couple of his qualifiers leading up to his career debut. And then the waters just got a little bit too deep. Look, they probably thought he was a gold colt early on, and that's not to say he's still not a gold colt, but they want to try the grassroots out right now and see just exactly where he is, where he's at, and that's why we see him on the board at 2-to-1. They're getting set to come out here for race number 4. We'll introduce you to this field, and we'll come back after post break to talk this field.
Second division of the evening for OSS Grassroots 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings. The 1 is Black Shank, Louis Philippe Roy, for trainer J.F. Maguire, owned by Akery Maguire Incorporated. Number 2 is Graceful King. Mark McDonald gets the call for trainer Sean Stacy, owned by Hudson Standardbred Stable, Stephen Downey, Bertrand Gilhespie Stable, Landmark 19 Racing Stable. The 3 Alarm Bell. Bob McClure between the pipes for trainer Shannon Henry, owned by Bill Maines and Trevor Henry Stables Incorporated. 4 is Green Spot. Tyler Jones for trainer Jeremy Marcotte. Jeremy shares ownership with Denny Marcotte and Dame de la Prée. 5, Spiritual Guidance. Doug McNair for trainer Greg McNair, owned by Tom and Elizabeth Rankin. 6 is Sunday Royale. James McDonald for trainer Dominic Gladue, owned by the stable Sunday Royale. 7 is Twin Beak Kachow. Travis Henry for trainer Francis Dumichel, owned by Benoit Ibert. 8 is Aaronwood Cosmo. Scott Young driving for trainer Jeff Williams. He also owns. 9, Loch Ness. Bruce Richardson drives, trains, and co-owns with Joseph Coffey and Jason Castellan. 10 is Mr. Predictable. Tyler Borth in the sulky for trainer Blake McIntosh, owned by Glenn Dyke. Field of 10 going postward for tonight's fourth race. They're on the trot for this OSS Grassroots Division for 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings. Post time in under 4 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 4. That's going to kick off that pick 6 sequence, a pool of $3,000 and climbing. And there's a look at my top selection in this JF McGuire trainee, Black Shank, a gelded son of Archangel, who put forth a dominant score in his career debut. Just a very, very easy effort. I mean, he got everything his own way in the middle half, but he was able to trot away from his rivals in a final quarter of 28 flat. I love the body language of the colt, love the body language of Louis in the bike with Black Shank, and I'm just expecting him to double up here in this spot. Obviously, the only question mark is he's going to have to start from the pole position. I don't always put too much emphasis on it, but again, this is going to be his first time starting from the rail, and I just don't know if he's going to be able to push out of there as willingly, but I still think he should be able to, hopefully at least, work out a pretty good trip and maybe finds himself on the lead early on in the mile. Maybe Louis decides to remove early on and control things from start to finish, because he certainly looked comfortable doing that in start number 1. To his next door neighbor, though, Graceful King, he's one that got the job done last time out, made a couple of moves and slipped up the inside in a grassroots try. He's been good in both career starts. I mean, 4th place effort in start number 1 was a solid one, trotted willingly on the end of it. And he did the same last time out, even with a couple of moves. He's going to be pushing out of there, inside draw or not, and he's one that merits a lot of respect, and that's why he is the co-favorite at 8-5. So far, so good for the son of King of the North, and I envision him taking a bunch of support. There's a look at Alarm Bell, 44-1, trained by Shannon Henry. This one's going to obviously be looking, just to pick things up right now in start number 3, but I think the owners obviously stand out in a big way, Trevor Henry Stables, and especially Bill Maines. I know Mark touched on it on the pre-game show. He's got to be pretty excited about what could be at stake on Saturday night, and he had every reason to be excited about his colt last season in Endurance, who put forth a really strong 2-year-old campaign and has been able to build off it as a 3-year-old. Just a $14,000 yearling, I believe. So a pretty good showing by Endurance, and we wish him the best of luck on Saturday in the Hambletonian. There's a look at Spiritual Guidance. He's one that's going to be exiting a couple of gold tries. He was coming off 3 qualifying efforts and then tried the golds in back-to-back starts. Things didn't really work out in his favor there, but I tell you what, we've got a couple of really eye-catching OSS trotting colts in this division, that being Unstable Genius as well as Detonator Hanover. Both of which I thought have been uber impressive to kick off, their young careers. And that's who he's been taking on the likes of, those two among others. And he's going to try the grassroots level right now and just kind of see where he is exactly. And maybe this is a good opportunity for him to start building some confidence. Maybe one that I overlooked just a little bit. He's got a good draw to work with. He's going to be dropping down in class. This is one that you have to figure Doug McNair is going to be giving every opportunity to get the job done. Sunday Royale, also one that's going to be starting to his next door. A son of King of the North. Distant second, though, to Black Shank. He was just best of the rest in that out. A good draw to work with. I understand some of the allure, but not one that I would be playing too high in this spot. They're getting set to go to the gate here. It's pick 6 time.
Field of 10 lining up behind the gate for tonight's 4th race, 2nd division of the evening for OSS Grassroots 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings. The 2 Graceful King, right now you're on the board favorite at 6-5. Close rival is the 1 Black Shank at 9-5. 3rd pick on the board right now going to the 5, Spiritual Guidance. Gate comes to the head of the stretch. Trouble in the back there for the 5, Spiritual Guidance. Field Picking up speed for tonight's fourth race. And it's looking like the 5 Spiritual Guidance is refusing to start there as the gate pulls away. And looks like we do have a recall going on in the fourth race. We have a starter's recall. Mutual window still open. Looks like there was some bike repair needed on the 5 Spiritual Guidance, and looks like everyone is set to go. Still under a recall at present. Mutual windows are still open for tonight's fourth race. First leg of the Pick 6 on the evening. Starter once again rounding up the field for tonight's fourth race. Take 2 on this OSS Grassroots division for 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings. Graceful King at 4-5. The one Black Shank right now at 3-2. Field of 10 closing in on the starting gate. They're at the head of the stretch. It's post time. Gate swings down the lane for tonight's fourth race. 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings picking up speed in this OSS grassroots division. 10 noses on the gate, and they're off and trotting in the fourth race in a nice clean start. Out from the 9-hole, that's Loch Ness and Mr. Predictable trying to get away to good beginnings. Black Shank on the inside, and there's Spiritual Guidance getting away in the top 5. Mr. Predictable, unpredictable, blows up and self-destructs there into that first turn, and it's a Sunday Royale at 12-1 leading the way towards the opening quarter. Black Shank second, Loch Ness sitting third, and Spiritual Guidance races in fourth. Graceful King sitting in fifth. 28-4 to the first quarter. There's Aaronwood Cosmo and Green Spot, followed by Alarm Bell and Twin Bee Kachow, and Mr. Predictable still on a run in the backfield. As they go towards the halfway point, it's a Black Shank getting pressure from Spiritual Guidance on the outside. Spiritual Guidance will now go right on by Black Shank. Sunday Royale is sitting in third, and Loch Ness is fourth, 58-4 to the halfway point. Graceful King is off the speed in fifth, with Aaronwood Cosmo trotting in sixth, followed by Green Spot. There's Alarm Bell. Further back, it's Twin Bee Kachow and Mr. Predictable, the trailer. Into the far turn they go. They're by the 5/8 mark, 3/8 in the remaining, and Spiritual Guidance at 6-1, leading the way for Doug McNair. Black Shank is sitting in second. In third, that's a Sunday Royale, followed by Loch Ness. And out 3 wide through that far turn is Graceful King, 128-4 to the 3/4, 32nd last fraction. Spiritual Guidance will lead them as they come for home. Black Shank now going off stride and trying to get out of any trouble there, and that makes the way for Graceful King and Sunday Royale, followed by Aaronwood Cosmo, Spiritual Guidance, and McNair at 6-1. Graceful King trying to do a blind switch, but there's not enough real estate. It's Spiritual Guidance taking it by 3. Graceful King and Sunday Royal. Looks like Green Spot picking up fourth, 157-3. Unofficial results 5-2, 6-4. Here's your winner of tonight's second division, OSS Grassroots for 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings. It goes to the 5, Spiritual Guidance. 2-year-old colt by Muscle Mass out of the Revenue S Mare Keep the Spirit. Owned and bred by Tom and Elizabeth Rankin of St. Catharines and trained by Greg McNair. Doug McNair captaining his second winning drive of the evening. Spiritual Guidance breaks the maiden in a 157-3 effort. Here's longtime owners, Tom and Elizabeth Ranking. They're trying to get into the winner's circle there. A little bit of a messy night there, but Tom and Elizabeth Rankin, very dedicated participants in the harness racing industry. They get a win with their homebred Spiritual Guidance in this OSS Grassroots division for 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings. It's now official, 5264. Prices coming up, and there they are. Spiritual Guidance, $15, $463. Graceful King, $262.10. Sunday Royale, $330. 5-2, $2 exactor ticket, $26.70. The $1 try, $89.10. $1 superfecta, $930.45. Your 5-5 double, $14.10. The $1 pick 3, $21.10. In your pick 4 pool total, $2,500 will play on to race 5. And in your early pick 5 pool, $887 still on the table for the final leg. In your pick 6 pool, a pool total of over $5,300, $872 still on the table. Trotting colts and geldings picking up speed in this OSS Grassroots division. 10 noses on the gate, and they're off and trotting in the fourth race and a nice clean start. Out from the 9 hole, that's Loch Ness and Mr. Predictable trying to get away to good beginnings. Black Shank on the inside, and there's Spiritual Guidance getting away in the top 5. Mr. Predictable, unpredictable, blows up and self-destructs there into that first turn, and it's a Sunday Royale at 12-1 leading the way towards the opening quarter. Black Shank second, Loch Ness sitting third, and Spiritual Guidance races in fourth. Graceful King sitting in fifth. 28-4 to the first quarter. There's Aaronwood Cosmo and Green Spot, followed by Alarm Bell and Twin Bee Kachow, and Mr. Predictable still on a run in the backfield. As they go towards the halfway point, it's a Black Shank getting pressure from Spiritual Guidance on the outside. Spiritual Guidance will now go right on by Black Shank. Sunday Royale is sitting in third, and Loch Ness is fourth, 58-4 to the halfway point. Graceful King is off the speed in fifth, with Aaronwood Cosmo trotting in sixth, followed by Green Spot. There's Alarm Bell. Further back, it's Twin Bee Kachow and Mr. Predictable, the trailer. Into the far turn they go. They're by the 5/8 mark, 3/8 in the remaining, and Spiritual Guidance at 6-1, leading the way for Doug McNair. Black Shank is sitting in second. In third, that's a Sunday Royale, followed by Loch Ness. And out 3 wide through that far turn is Graceful King, 128-4 to the 3/4, 32nd last fraction. Spiritual Guidance will lead them as they come for home. Black Shank now going off stride and trying to get out of any trouble there, and that makes the way for Graceful King and Sunday Royale, followed by Aaronwood Cosmo, Spiritual Guidance, and McNair at 6-1. Graceful King trying to do a blind switch, but there's not enough real estate. It's Spiritual Guidance taking it by 3. Graceful King and Sunday Royal. Looks like Green Spot picking up fourth, 157-3. Order up for the fourth race. Black Shank 8th, Graceful King was 2nd, Alarm Bell 6th, Green Spot 4th, Spiritual Guidance your winner. Sunday Royale was 3rd, Twin Bee Kachow 9th. Aaronwood Cosmo was 5th, Loch Ness 7th, and Mr. Predictable finishing 10th. Spiritual Guidance is 6-1 upset in this OSS Grassroots Division for 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings. Breaks the maiden with a 157-3 clocking. Doug McNair picking up his second winning drive of the evening. Looking ahead to the fifth race, the 9 Paquette has been scratched. The 10, You Got It, Kemp, make the driver Mark McDonald. Final leg of the early pick 5, trotters on track. Number 1 is Nazy, Travis Cullen for trainer Jody Cullen, owned by the A1 stable. Number 2 will come along later. 3, Sid the Kid, Doug McNair for trainer Ben Bayarjan, owned by Tom and Elizabeth Rankin. 4 are Peaky Blinders, Louis Philippe Roy for trainer Ben Bayarjan, Tom and Elizabeth Rankin, also owned. 5 is Eurobank Hanover, Tyler Jones for trainer Luke Blay, owned by Determination. 5, What About Elmo? James McDonald has the lines for owner-trainer Paul Reed. Paul shares ownership with Leonard Christopher, Jeffrey Nickel, and Brian Kleinberg. 7 is Stormont Beautiful. Bob McClure for trainer Kevin Ben, owned by the Stormont Meadows. 8 is Major Velocity, Jason Ryan in the bike for trainer Marie-Hélène Dupont, owned by Acurie CSL and a numbered company, Quebec Incorporated. Scratch the 9, Paquette. Go to the 10, You Got It Kemp, Mark McDonald. Picks up the catch drive for owner-trainer Danny Legacy, co-owned by Brady and Brooke Legacy and Suo Jalompi Stables Incorporated. Go back to the 2. It's Nothing But a Dreamer, Daryl Thiessen for owner-trainer Jamie Copley. Jamie shares ownership with Kimberly Eaton. Down to a field of 9 for tonight's 5th race. Final leg of the early pick 5. Post time in less than 3 minutes.
They're on track as we get set for race number 5, and that's going to close out that early pick 5 sequence. And best of luck if you're still going. And there's a look at my top selection, the second choice at 5-2. What About Elmo? James McDonald's going to be aboard this 5-year-old gelded son of Il Sogno Dream. And he looks sharp out there. I know when he came out for parade, he was on the gallop just briefly. But this is this is a veteran, a 5-year-old, I should say, that loves, when he's on his game, he's on his game, but sometimes he can act up behind the car. And ever since he added those trotting hopples, Paul Reed did, knock on wood, his gait has been pretty good, and he's cooperated behind the car. So that's a very big positive sign, and I thought he raced super last time out, and I'm expecting a pretty good effort from him, and the draw certainly doesn't hurt either. The current 2-1 favorite is going to be the 3-horse Sid the Kid. Just always competitive at this level. A really handy racehorse, puts himself in pretty good spots. Beaten favorite last time up, but that was still a solid effort. He just got picked off by a couple of rivals late in the stretch, or I should say couldn't go by one rival and ended up getting picked off by Major Velocity. So he's going to put himself in the right spot. He's one that definitely makes a lot of sense in here, but I still think there's a lot of other value players in this race, one of which being Stormont Beautiful. From a value standpoint, I look at her in that sense because I think that she probably is the most talented horse in this field. You've heard me say that before. She might not be the classiest, but I think she's got the most talent. It's a matter of what kind of trip is she going to be able to work out. We've seen her leave from outside draws in the past, but she's so good with that late kick. But even with a late kick like that, sometimes it can be a little bit tough trying to make up all that ground against, trotters that are talented in their own right themselves. But she has a better kick than them all. And this is one that I'm expecting good effort from. But I'm curious to see what kind of tactics Bob's going to deploy. But speaking of good kicks, Major Velocity, he flashed a better late kick than Stormont Beautiful last time out. He got the job done at odds of 20-1. He's been razor sharp. He's one that merits some respect if they mix it up. Another one that I think merits respect, I honestly think our Peaky Blinders. Maybe some people probably think that this is too rich of a class for him. Maybe that is the case. There's a lot of talent in this group, but Louis was going to be back aboard, this 5-year-old son of Cadabra. And one thing that entices me is Louis just always seems to get along with him. 10 times aboard him. He's found the winner's circle 3 times and hit the board in 6 of them, or sorry, I should say 9 of them total. Just missing the board once, our Peaky Blinders when Louis is aboard. So I think that counts for quite a bit. You got it, Kemp. He's going to start from the far outside. I thought he was sneaky good in his most recent. And Eurobank Hanover, he's going to be starting from post number 5. A really talented group of trotters, though, Evan. I think this is a competitive way to close out this early pick 5 sequence.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of single-digit odds up there. This should be a real dandy coming up here, John, as you mentioned, and always love your analysis. You've got some great insight, and this race, once again, no exception. We've got 9 in behind the gate for tonight's 5th race as we close out the early pick 5 here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Trotters picking up speed. Here they come. And there they go, and leaving first out from the middle, that's Eurobank Hanover. Speed coming from the outside. You Got It Kemp. Sid the Kid out from the 3-hole, getting away well. Nothing But a Dreamer. And there's What About Elmo in the top 5. Nazy sets up in 6. Our Peaky Blinders, Stormont Beautiful, and Major Velocity is the early trailer as they swing through the first turn. You Got It Kemp has crossed over from the 10-hole to grab the front at that opening quarter. 18-1. You Got It Kemp goes by that first quarter-mile mark in 26-4. Sid the Kid will ride pocket. Now right line. Sid the Kid goes on the attack now for McNair. Making a break in stride, that's Eurobank Hanover from third. Nothing But a Dreamer will move up and take that position by the 3/8. What About Elmo is trotting in 4th, and gap there in 5th is Nazy. 6th sees Nothing But a Dreamer. Stormont Beautiful, Major Velocity, and regaining gate and now entering the playing surface. That's Eurobank Hanover. 55-3. Sid the Kid is on fire into that far turn. Sid the Kid at 7-2 now with some separation of about 2.5, now 3 lengths, and starting to open up some breathing room. You Got It Kemp is next best. Nothing But a Dreamer third. What About Elmo now right lines and tries to improve from 4th and is starting to gain on the front runners. It's Nazy now in 5th. In 6, our Peaky Blinders. Stormont Beautiful, Major Velocity tips to the outside, and further back that's Eurobank Hanover after the miscue. 124 to the 3/4, and Sid the Kid is the boss right now. Leads it by about 3 lengths over What About Elmo, who's next best. You Got It Kemp is trotting in 3rd. Nothing But a Dreamer, and there comes Major Velocity from off the pace on the inside. Stormont Beautiful. Sid the Kid, pressure on the outside. What About Elmo still closing, but Sid the Kid the best. Sid the Kid McNair, he nails his hat trick. Second was What About Elmo. Looks like You Got It Kemp might have been the show spot, and Stormont Beautiful. 152-1. Numbers are up 3, 6, 10, 7. Doug McNair taking 3 of the first 5 here tonight at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Takes the honor with number 3, Sid the Kid, in tonight's 5th race to close out the early pick 5. Sid the Kid, a 5-year-old gelding by Alarm Detector out of the Cadabra Mare Miss Congeniality. Owned and bred by Tom and Elizabeth Rankin, Ben by Arjan Trains. Doug McNair captaining win number 3. That's a couple of wins for your owners and breeders, Tom and Elizabeth Rankin, who are diehards in this sport. Once again, out there in the winner's circle, dancing between those raindrops. Doug McNair, 3rd win of the evening. Sid the Kid, 152-1 for 7 wins so far on the season. Official 3-6-10-7, Sid the Kid 964-23-30. What about Elmo 250-230? You got it Kemp 730. 3-6 Exactor 29.70. $1 try returning $177.55. $1 Superfecta 659.95. 5-3 double 66.30. $1 pick 3 45.70. Your $1 early pick 5 ticket paid $406.65. In your pick 4 pool, $489 and change will play on to the 6th race, and in your pick 6 pool, $227 still in action. Mohawk Park trotters picking up speed. Here they come. And there they go. And leaving first out from the middle, that's Eurobank Hanover. Speed coming from the outside. You got it, Kemp. Sid the Kid out from the 3-hole, getting away well. Nothing But a Dreamer. And there's What About Elmo in the top 5. Nazy sets up in 6. Our Peaky Blinders, Stormont Beautiful, and Major Velocity is the early trailer as they swing through the first turn. You got it, Kemp has crossed over from the 10-hole to grab the front at that opening quarter. 18-1. You got it, Kemp goes by that first quarter-mile mark in 26-4. Sid the Kid will ride pocket. Now right line, Sid the Kid goes on the attack now for McNair. Making a break in stride, that's Eurobank Hanover from 3rd. Nothing But a Dreamer will move up and take that position by the 3/8. What About Elmo is trotting in 4th, and gap there in 5th is Nazy. 6th sees Nothing But a Dreamer. Stormont Beautiful, Major Velocity, and regaining gate and now entering the playing surface. That's Eurobank Hanover. 55-3. Sid the Kid is on fire into that far turn. Sid the Kid at 7-2 now with some separation of about 2.5, now 3 lengths, and starting to open up some breathing room. You got it, Kemp is next best. Nothing But a Dreamer 3rd. What About Elmo now right lines and tries to improve from 4th and is starting to gain on the front runners. It's Nazy now in 5th. In 6, our Peaky Blinders. Stormont Beautiful, Major Velocity tips to the outside, and further back that's Eurobank Hanover after the miscue. 124 to the 3/4, and Sid the Kid is the boss right now, leads it by about 3 lengths over What About Elmo, who's next best. You Got It, Kemp is trotting in 3rd. Nothing But a Dreamer, and there comes Major Velocity from off the pace on the inside. Stormont Beautiful. Sid the Kid, pressure on the outside. What About Elmo still closing, but Sid the Kid the best. Sid the Kid McNair, he nails his hat trick. Second was What About Elmo. Looks like You Got It, Kemp might have been the show spot, and Stormont Beautiful. 152-1. Order of finish on the 5th race. Nazy was 8th. Nothing But a Dreamer 6th. Sid the Kid your winner. Our Peaky Blinders 7th. Eurobank Hanover 9th. What About Elmo 2nd. Stormont Beautiful 4th. Major Velocity was 5th. Paquette was out. You Got It, Kemp finishing 3rd. Sid the Kid trots the mile. 152 and 1/3 win for Doug McNair. And owners Tom and Elizabeth Rankin, they've nailed back-to-back wins. 7 wins on the season for Sid the Kid. Looking ahead to race 6, which kicks off the late pick 5. There's no changes on your program.
Winback Farm graduates are born to compete and raised to win and have made over $480 million and have won over 50,000 times. Yearlings for sale at Goshen, Ohio, Lexington, London, and Harrisburg. Featuring first crop yearlings sired by Meadowlands Pace winner Beach Glass, Adios Pace winner Cannibal, O'Brien Award winner Lawless Shadow, multiple O'Brien Award winner Tattoo Artist, and Van Patch Award winner Volume 8. Yearlings eligible for multiple racing jurisdictions. For more information, visit winbackfarm.com.
When I think New Holland, the first word that would come to my mind, I would think success. I think without it, for me, the success isn't there.
Whenever you deal with somebody so long and they take care of you, you remember that.
New Holland builds products that will continue to evolve and make the farmer more efficient, that can produce food for the world.
Sixth race kicks off the late pick 5. Number 1 is Nighttime Dancer Brady Galliers for trainer Rod Boyd, owned by a numbered company, Ontario Incorporated. Number 2 is McWicked Time, James McDonald in the sulky for trainer Lindsay Kerr, owned by Sally Charlton. 3, He's in Control, Jonathan Drury takes the lines for trainer Kyle Bossons, owned by Jolden Ontario Incorporated. 4, Geronimo Creek, Phil Houdon for owner-trainer Doug High. Number 5, Gypsy Joe, Tyler Borth for trainer Mary Lee Quinn, owned by Robert Quinn. 6 is Jimmy Whispers, Louis-Philippe Waugh at the helm for trainer Carmen Osceola, owned by Scott Sargentson and the Osceola Stables. Number 7, Drinkin' Buddy, Bob McClure for owner-trainer Heather Pickett. Heather shares ownership with Rick Pickett. 8 is Beach Tour. Mark McDonald. For trainer Mike Horner, owned by RAW Equine and Mark Horner. Number 9 is State 1 Smiley, J.R. Plant aboard for owner-trainer Gaston Dumont. 9 go postward for tonight's 6th race. Kicks off the first leg of the late pick 5. Post time in less than 4 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 6. That's going to kick off that late pick 5 sequence. A very competitive field going postward for this pop-up series. Field of 9 and a couple of lukewarm favorites, or co-favorites I should say. But Beach Tour is your current 5-2 favorite, and this is going to be the top selection of the betting public. 1 for 18 on the year. Might be finding, a slightly easier bunch than the group that he took on last time out. But I think at 5-2, I would look to be playing against a Beach Tour in this spot. I think a couple of others in here are coming off some sharp efforts as well, and I just think that this is too competitive of a group to take 5-2 on the current favorite. I went the direction of the 3. He's in control. This guy entices me though, because I loved his effort on June 29th. He was one that enticed me because he was going to be entering Kyle Boston's care. Effort was great, but then he followed that up, moving up in class, and the effort wasn't all that strong. He lacked the pop on the end of it that we know he's accustomed to having. And now he shows up here with Lasix. So this guy's a bit of a wild card for me. I think he's got the talent to be competitive in this group. He's certainly got the speed. Curious to see if a Lasix is going to be his remedy in this spot. So I like the 7-1 offering on He's in Control, my top selection. I think Drinking Buddy, definitely one that merits some respect here, as we see right now, taking support to the tune of 4-1. 2 wins over his last 3 tries. Things didn't work out last time out. Went to the lead, maybe a little bit too quick in that effort. Just wasn't able to carry it the entire way. Right now, 4-1, solid draw to work with. McWicked Time going to be stretching his legs back on the big track, going to be picking up James McDonald. Winless in 12 tries this year. This is probably one that I didn't factor in this spot. I think that I just prefer others. I wouldn't be surprised if he put forth a solid effort, but I think the 0 for 12 kind of just makes me want to deter elsewhere as far as a win candidate is concerned. There's a look at Geronimo Creek. He could be a bit of a sleeper in this spot, 30-1. Thought he showed some good wheels on the end of it at KD last time out. He's going to come back here to the big track. Phil Houdon's going to do some driving duties here for this Doug High trainee, one that he also owns. 32-1. There's probably worse 32-1 shots that you could, take a chance with. I really do think that this is one that has a big shot if things work out in his favor. And at 32-1, I think that price could be worth a stab. But Jimmy Whisper's taking some support at 4-1 as well. Again, just 1 win over his last 49 tries. Just really tough to trust, especially at that number, so I'd be opting to play against. Race 6, going closer to the gate. This kicks off the late pick 5. Good luck.
Field of 9 moving in behind the gate for tonight's 6th race. First leg of the late pick 5. 2-1, it's the 8 Beach Tour, taking the majority of play, but some close rivals in the 7 Drinking Buddy at 7-2, now going down to 4-1 in the 6 Jimmy Whispers at 9-2. A couple others at 5-1. Should be a competitive bunch here in tonight's 6th race. As the rain picks up, gate comes to the head of the stretch. Here they come. Field for the 6th race in motion. And they're off and pacing. And from the 7-hole, Drinkin' Buddy. Down the middle, Gypsy Joe. Quickest of all, Gypsy Joe now to the front, Drinking Buddy, and State 1 Smiley from the 9-hole. There's Jimmy Whispers, followed by Beach Tour, and on the inside, it's Nighttime Dancer. McWicked Time, and he's in control, followed by Geronimo Creek, the early trailer. Gypsy Joe will take the field through that first turn to the opening quarter-mile mark. Gypsy Joe in front in 26 and 2. On the move is State 1 Smiley. Has had to do some extra work there to get to the top and now does so. State 1 Smiley at 18 to 1 leads the way, but Drinkin' Buddy out from third, second, knocking him down quickly. Drinking Buddy goes to the top there for McClure. It's a State 1 Smiley sitting in second. Gypsy Joe tracks third. Jimmy Whispers on the move now out of fourth, now third and still gaining. There's a Nighttime Dancer. Going to pick up that cover there and trying to get a nice toe along there from fifth. In sixth, it's a Beach Tour. McWicked Time is out there. He's in control, and Geronimo Creek, the trailer, 55 and 1 to that half, and Drinkin' Buddy shows the way. Jimmy Whispers is just a half a length off the pace. State 1 Smiley filling the pocket. Nighttime Dancer second over. Third over, it's Beach Tour. On the inside, that's a Gypsy Joe. McWicked Time, he's in control, and Geronimo Creek has work to do from the back of the pack as they go by the 3/4 miles in 1:24 and 2. On the inside, it's Drinkin' Buddy. State 1 Smiley, Jimmy Whispers, and there comes McWicked Time out 5 wide from off the pace, trying to make and do some damage. Beach Tour and State 1 Smiley, but it's a Drinkin' Buddy and McClure still leading the way. A strong surge from McWicked Time on the far outside, and Gypsy Joe, Drinkin' Buddy, and McClure have got enough to get it done. It's Drinkin' Buddy in front, McWicked Time, a strong surge for second, and Gypsy Joe the show spot, 152. Numbers on the board, 7-2-5-3. There's your winner, number 7, Drinkin' Buddy. 7-year-old gelding by your nemesis out of the Royal Majesty mare Zip Car, owned by Heather and Rick Pickett. Heather trains. Bob McClure captains the win. Drinkin' Buddy pays the mile in a 1:52 effort. 4th win of 2026 for Drinkin' Buddy. Bob McClure picking up his driving double. Drinkin' Buddy takes the 6 to kick off the late pick 5. Official Drinkin' Buddy 7:23.83.10. McWicked Time 5:94.10. Gypsy Joe 6:50. $2 exactor ticket, $33.40. The $1 try, $114.40. $1 superfecta, $1,344.70. 3-7 double, $37.10. $1 pick 3, $82.60. Your $1 early pick 4, $179.25. In your late pick 5 pool, a pool total over $59,000, $14,833 moves on to the 7th race. And in your pick 6 pool, just $70.04 still on the table. Field for the 6th race in motion. And they're off and pacing. And from the 7 hole, Drinkin' Buddy. Down the middle, Gypsy Joe. Quickest of all, Gypsy Joe now to the front, Drinking Buddy, and State 1 Smiley from the 9 hole. There's a Jimmy Whispers, followed by Beach Tour, and on the inside, it's Nighttime Dancer. McWicked Time, and he's in control, followed by Geronimo Creek, the early trailer. Gypsy Joe will take the field through that first turn to the opening quarter-mile mark. Gypsy Joe in front in 26 and 2. On the move is State 1 Smiley. Has had to do some extra work there to get to the top and now does so. State 1 Smiley at 18-1 leads the way, but Drinking Buddy out from 3rd, 2nd, knocking him down quickly. Drinking Buddy goes to the top there for McClure. It's a State 1 Smiley sitting in 2nd. Gypsy Joe tracks 3rd. Jimmy Whispers on the move now out of 4th, now 3rd and still gaining. There's a Nighttime Dancer. Going to pick up that cover there and trying to get a nice toe along there from 5th. In 6th, it's a Beach Tour. McWicked Time is out there. He's in control, and Geronimo Creek, the trailer, 55 and 1 to that half, and Drinking Buddy shows the way. Jimmy Whispers is just a half a length off the pace. State 1 Smiley filling the pocket. Nighttime Dancer 2nd over. 3rd over, it's Beach Tour. On the inside, that's a Gypsy Joe. McWicked Time, he's in control, and Geronimo Creek has work to do from the back of the pack as they go by the 3/4 miles in 1:24 and 2. On the inside, it's Drinking Buddy. State 1 Smiley, Jimmy Whispers, and there comes McWicked Time out 5 wide from off the pace, trying to make and do some damage. Beach Tour and State 1 Smiley, but it's a Drinking Buddy and McClure still leading the way. A strong surge from McWicked Time on the far outside, and Gypsy Joe, Drinking Buddy, and McClure have got enough to get it done. It's Drinking Buddy in front, McWicked Time, a strong surge for 2nd, and Gypsy Joe the show spot, 152. Order up for the 6th race. Nighttime Dancer 7th, McWicked Time 2nd. He's in control 4th. Geronimo Creek was 9th. Gypsy Joe 3rd. Jimmy Whispers was 8th. Drinking Buddy your winner. Beach Tour 6th, and State 1 Smiley finishing 5th. Drinking Buddy paced the mile in a time of 1:52. Bob McClure picking up his driving double. Looking ahead to race 7, 3rd division of the evening for grassroots 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings. The 4 Kings Crown and Coke. Travis Cullen will drive. 7 D.A. Trickster changes the bridle from blind to blinkers. And number 9 Making Green at a Murphy blind on the left. Trotters on track for your third OSS Grassroots Division for 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings. Number 1 is Arm & Hammer. Tyler Jones drives for trainer Paul Reed, owned by Patrick Dillon and Patty Hoskin. Number 2 is Send Me No Flowers, Tyler Borth, for owner, trainer, and breeder Tom and Elizabeth Rankin. Number 3 is Aaronwood Triton. Travis Henry gets the call for trainer Mark Etzel. Mark Etzel co-owns with Robert Newton, Don Burnett, and Grant Turner. Number 4 is King's Crown and Coke. Travis Cullen for owner-trainer Scott McEnany. Forsakis Racing, Kentucky Farm Incorporated share in the ownership. Number 5 is King for a Day, Eddie Green for trainer Keelan Green, owned by Earl Hill Jr. 6 is Great White North, Bob McClure aboard for trainer Michael Keeling, owned by Dreamville Stable, Harbor Racing Stable LLC, Dale McNeil and Brian Smith. 7, DA Trickster, Scott Young aboard for trainer Bob Young. Bob Young shares ownership with Lindsey Turner, Glengate Farms, and Haskell Pickup. 8 is Stormont Maroon, Louis Philippe Roy for trainer Kevin Ben, owned and bred by the Stormont Meadows. 9 is Making Green, James McDonald for trainer Dominic Gladue, owned by the stable Making Green. Field of 9, going postward for tonight's 7th race, OSS Grassroots 3rd Division of the evening for 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings. Post time in less than 3.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 7. We've got a field of 9 going postward here, and just getting a chance to, see now 6 races throughout the night. I know the track conditions aren't ideal, less than ideal. Seems like the front end's holding up. It just seems like that's the place that you want to be. We've seen Sid the Kid get the job done. We saw most recently Drinking Buddy get the job done. Just multiple horses winning on the front end. That's exactly where you want to be here. Good luck making up ground if you want it to be a winning effort here tonight. So nice group of grassrooters that we've got here going postward of the rookie trotting variety. Field of 9, as I mentioned, and the current 8-5 favorite is Great White North. And I mentioned Great White North earlier on in the program. This is a Mike Keeling trainee that has been racing well. Has done no wrong in 3 career tries, but I probably thought he should have converted a couple of them at the very least. I know 2-back was a bit of a tough trip. Just got picked off, but I thought he had every opportunity to get the job done last time out. I know he had to work hard to make the front 28 and change first quarter, 1.5 and 57 and change. So he's been getting there a little bit quicker, but still doesn't just seem like he wants to fend off, those last couple of horses. But he's a handy racehorse. His efforts have been good. He's going to get that first win sooner rather than later. But as far as a 9-5 favorite status, I would probably look to play against him, including D.A. Trickster, who did beat him last time, 2-back, I should say. And this is a son of Trixton who put forth some pretty good efforts. I mean, this guy has done no wrong as well. He's a perfect 2 for 2. And we've seen a little bit of versatility from him. He won off the pace in career start number 1. He left out and made a couple of moves last time out. So this guy's got some confidence building, and he's going to get a chance to draw right up alongside the 8-5 favorite. There's a look at Stormont Maroon. Really nice effort by the son of Green Manalishi last time out. He worked out a nice cover trip last time. Spent a lot of time on the outside, though. I give him a lot of points for that, and he was able to kick home in 28 flat. Fended off the Great Gazoo, who came in the opener and got the job done. So I think that's a great reference point. Louis Waugh and Kevin Ben doing some pretty good things to this point this year. Just 8 starts, but winning half of those efforts. Louis getting a chance to sit behind a lot of talented young horses that Kevin Ben is sending out this year, and that's just another year for Kevin Ben. I mean, he applies his trade, especially with young horses, and he does an exceptional job. So Stormont Maroon, the question is, what kind of trip are we going to see from him tonight? There's going to be a lot of speed to his inside. I feel like from a, vantage point, he's probably going to be a little bit up against it from a trip standpoint. So that's my only concern with him. I understand the appeal because the effort was a good one, but him getting himself involved could be a bit tough there. And Armin Hammer right now 6-1 from the inside. He's a handy horse. He's got the inside draw. I think he can push out of there. I think that's his best asset to this point. If he puts himself in good spots, he can make some good money, get some good results. We just haven't seen him want to finish off those miles just yet. But again, still so young in their careers. They're getting set to go to the gate, race number 7. Good luck.
Certainly seen some good efforts tonight with this good track. Third division of the evening for OSS Grassrooters for 2-year-old trotting colts. Gate comes to the head of the stretch. It's post time. Two-year-old trotting colts and geldings picking up speed. 9 on gate. Here they come. Making a break behind the gate there. That's the 5 King for a Day, and troubled beginnings for the 2 Send Me No Flowers. Both off stride, and they're off and trotting. And Great White North pops out first from the 6 hole. Alongside D.A. Trickster getting away well, and Stormont Maroon out 3 wide. Those 3 will battle for that early lead. Armin Hammer, followed by King's Crown and Coke, is 5th as they move into that first turn. Racing in the 6th, that's Aaronwood Trixton, followed by Making Green. And your misbehaviors, Armin Hammer is having some trouble there, or rather, Armin Hammer there now self-destructing. Great White North, a 28-second opening quarter. D.A. Trickster sitting in second, gapped in third by the 3/8 is Stormont Maroon. And Armin Hammer has moved to the outside. There's King's Crown and Coke picking up fourth. They're well gapped out. Aaronwood Triton, followed by Making Green. And further back, that's Armin Hammer. And your final 2, that's Send Me No Flowers, and the trailer is now King for a Day after all those bobbles. A halfway point reached in 56-4 for Great White North. D.A. Trickster still looking poised there in that pocket position. Stormont Maroon a couple of further back in third. King's Crown and Coke is trotting in fourth, and Aaronwood Triton sits 5th, followed by Making Green. They move their way through that turn, and Great White North at even money leading the way. Great White North and McClure, they set sail as they come for home, 126-3. And they're on the move in the stretch. And D.A. Trickster now flushed out off cover. Stormont Maroon and King's Crown and Coke, followed by Aaronwood Triton and Making Green. D.A. Trickster now up to the wheel, and slight advantage. D.A. Trickster now pulling away, looking to make it 3 in a row. D.A. Trickster and Scott Young execute perfectly. There's a Great White North and a Stormont Maroon. In front, D.A. Trickster, 3 in a row in OSS Grassroots action, 155-3. Numbers are up on the board, 7, 6, 8, 4. Here comes your winner of tonight's third division, Ontario Sired Grassroots 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings. It's number 7, D.A. Trickster, hitting a new lifetime mark. 2-year-old gelding by Trixton out of the Angus Hall mare D8 Miracle. Bred by the Glengate Farms. Glengate Farms co-owns with Haskell Pickup, Lindsay Turner. Co-owned and trained by Bob Young and driven to victory by Scott Young. D8 Trickster, impressive in the win, 3 in a row in grassroots action. 1:55.3 the time tonight, a new lifetime mark. And they're in the Winback Farms winner circle, all the connections of D.A. Trickster. Official 7684. D.A. Trickster returning 530, 260, 220. Great White North 230, 210. Stormont Maroon 290. $2 exactor ticket returning 870. The $1 try 1235. $1 superfecta 7670. 7-7 double 2370. The $1 pick 3 4190. In your late pick 5 pool, $6,028 pushes on to race 8, and in the pick 6, $30.88 still on the table. Two-year-old trotting colts and geldings picking up speed. 9 on gate. Here they come. Making a break behind the gate there. That's the 5 King for a Day, and troubled beginnings for the 2. Send Me No Flowers, both off stride, and they're off and trotting. And Great White North pops out first from the 6 hole. Alongside D.A. Trickster getting away well, and Stormont Maroon out 3 wide. Those 3 will battle for that early lead. Arm and Hammer, followed by King's Crown and Coke, is 5th as they move into that first turn. Racing in the 6th, that's Aaronwood Trixton, followed by Making Green. And your misbehaviors, Arm and Hammer is having some trouble there, or rather, Arm and Hammer there, now self-destructing. Great White North, a 28-second opening quarter. D.A. Trickster sitting in second, gapped in third by the 3/8 is Stormont Maroon. And Arm and Hammer has moved to the outside. There's King's Crown and Coke picking up fourth. They're well gapped out. Aaronwood Triton, followed by Making Green. And further back, that's Arm and Hammer. And your final 2, that's Send Me No Flowers, and the trailer is now King for a Day after all those bobbles. A halfway point reached in 56-4 for Great White North. D.A. Trickster still looking poised there in that pocket position. Stormont Maroon a couple further back in third. King's Crown and Coke is trotting in fourth, and Aaronwood Triton sits 5th, followed by Making Green. They move their way through that turn, and Great White North at even money leading the way. Great White North and McClure, they set sail as they come for home, 126-3. And they're on the move in the stretch. And DA Trickster now flushed out off cover. Stormont Maroon and King's Crown and Coke, followed by Aaronwood Triton and Making Green. DA Trickster now up to the wheel and slight advantage. DA Trickster now pulling away, looking to make it 3 in a row. DA Trickster and Scott Young execute perfectly. There's a Great White North and a Stormont Maroon. In front, DA Trickster, 3 in a row in OSS Grassroots Action, 155 and 3. Order of finish on the 7th, Arm & Hammer was 8th, Semi No Flowers 7th, Aaronwood Triton 5th, King's Crown and Coke 4th, King for a Day 9th, Great White North 2nd, DA Trickster your winner, Stormont Maroon 3rd, and Making Green finishing 6th. DA Trickster hitting a new lifetime mark of 155 and 3, reeling off 3 consecutive victories in the Grassroots division for 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings. Looking ahead to the 8th race, kicks off the late pick 4. The 4 landing on time will have Travis Henry aboard.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label is sing with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
Eighth race trotters on track to kick off the late pick 4. Number 1 Florida Guide, James McDonald for trainer Katerina Bosniak, owned by JJ's Stable. Number 2 Touched by an Angel, Doug McNair gets the call for trainer Kyle Fellows, owned by Yolanda Fellows, Blair Corbet, Mike McAllister, and Peter Porter. Number 3 Maize and Blue, Louis Philippois for trainer Kyle Fellows, owned by Ed Wilson. 4 Landing on Time, Travis Henry for trainer Rick Zeron, owned by the Rick Zeron Stables, Johnny Marvento, James Walker, and Sarah McCoy. 5 is Seismic Step, Travis Cullen for trainer Anthony Montini, Albina Montini, Christina Michelle, Kwumsum Low, and Dean Lockhart all share in the partnership. Number 6 Griff, Tyler Borth for trainer Greg McNair, owned by Jeffrey and Lori Thompson, Murray Breather, and Kyle Northover. 7 is Right Here Hanover, Tyler Jones for trainer Justin Turcott, owned by Guest John J.Y. Blay Incorporated. 8 is Get the Green, Bob McClure for trainer Roger Mayotte, owned by the Justin Time Stable, RAW Equine Incorporated, and Ben Moudry. Number 9, Dream for Peace, Mark McDonald at the helm for trainer Sean Stacy, owned by Hudson Standardbred Stable Incorporated and Bridle Pass Stables Limited. Field of 9 going postward for tonight's 8th race, kicks off the late pick 4 in less than 3 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 8. That's going to kick off that late pick 4. We've got a field of 9 going postward here, and there's a look at your even money favorite, that being Touched by an Angel. Obviously one of our standouts here in the provincial program for 3-year-old trotting colts, and he looks sharp and engaged out there. And he's coming off a runner-up effort to Strobe Light in his most recent gold try, but he's going to pop up in between gold tries in this overnight event, and he's going to be adding Lasix here. So very, very intriguing. A colt that's been racing well throughout his career, especially this year. I mean, I think his efforts have taken a step forward since he's become H3 and since he's become gelded. Now we're going to be adding Lasix. I'm curious to see what kind of effort we're going to see from him with that added medication, and I'm also curious to see how that's going to, translate throughout the rest of the season. He's even money, understandably so. Very, very talented, very fast horse, but he's also taken on some older rivals here in this spot. He's got an inside draw to work with, and the last time we did see him take on older rivals was 2 back, again from post number 2, and he rallied to be third in that contest. A really good third, but he was the beaten favorite as well. So, he had a little bit too much work to do in that spot, and it could be a situation where he does have some work to do here tonight as well. Look, I mean, I don't know if he's going to want to do the heavy lifting against older companies in a spot like this in between gold. So he's one that I'm going to look to play against. This is the direction I'm going to go. I'm going to go to Griff. This is a son of Muscle Mass, a 5-year-old gelded son of Muscle Mass, one that has been racing, I think, better than some of those lines indicate. He's going to be entering Greg McNair's care, and he, too, is also going to be adding Lasix. So I think he's got a good draw to work with. He's a handy horse. Wouldn't surprise me if he was able to sit a trip, and I like him even more, especially considering how the track is playing tonight. You want to be up close. We've seen it time and time again throughout this race program. You got to be first or second or right up there, to have a legitimate shot here this evening. And I think Griff can do just that here tonight. Seismic Step, I also think, merits a lot of respect. I wasn't involved last time up, but he did finish up nicely to be a sneaky 6th. Took on some tough company in that contest as well. I think this is a better spot for him to find the winner's circle. In fact, he did find the winner's circle at this Class 2 starts back. So he's a big-time contender here. Get the Green, Right Here Hanover. I think they have a chance to pick up a piece here. I know Randy really liking Right Here Hanover. Finally avoids post number 10. I know Randy talked about it last time out, that those outside draws were just a detriment. Post number 7 must be such a relief. They're getting set to go to the gate here. Race number 8, late pick 4.
Field of 9 in behind the gate for tonight's 8th race. Even money for the 2 Touched by an Angel. Horses are in the hands of the starter. It's post time. He comes down the lane for tonight's 8th race to kick off the late pick 4. Here they come. And there they go. And they're off and trotting. And down the middle, it's a Seismic Step getting away first out from the 7-hole. Right Here Hanover. Right Here Hanover now making a break in stride and self-destructs early. Seismic Step, Griff, and Maize and Blue, followed by Touched by an Angel. Florida Guy, 5th into that first turn. Racing in 6th as they wheel their way through that opening quarter. It's Landing on Time and Get the Green, followed by Dream for Peace. Trouble there in the backfield for Right Here Hanover, 27-1, a first fraction, and Seismic Step at 7-1, leading the way. Maize and Blue is second. Griff is tracking in third. Touched by an Angel, the favorite, is off the speed there in fourth. They're by the 3/8 with Florida Guy, single file in fifth. In sixth, that's Landing on Time, followed by Get the Green and Dream for Peace. Right Here Hanover trails after the early bobble, and Touched by an Angel is mowing them down fourth to first, just like that. Bang at the half. 57-1. Touched by an Angel at 4-5. Now takes charge. Seismic Stick sitting second. Maize and Blue 3 further back in third, and Griff a couple of further back in fourth. Racing fifth, that's a Florida Guy. Landing on Time now begins to make some moves. Get the Green and a Dream for Peace. Right Here Hanover still trails. Around the far turn they go. Touched by an Angel now with about 3 lengths separation. Hits the 3/4 mile mark in 1:25. Seismic Step has got work to do, and a Griff from third. Maize and Blue has dropped back to fourth. There's Landing on Time trying to do some stick handling, and a Florida Guy, but it's a Touched by an Angel still in charge. Here comes a Griff from off the pace. Griff is striding well and looking very strong. Griff right now at 5-1 has a slight advantage over Touched by an Angel and Seismic Step. Griff gets it done. Griff in front. Looks like Seismic Step may have just nosed out Touched by an Angel for place and show. 1:54 the time. Griff. Numbers are up 6-5, 2-4. There's your winner of tonight's 8th race. It's number 6, Griff, putting forth a late kick to get the win. Griff, a 5-year-old gelding by Muscle Mass out of the Cadabra Mare Renegade Magic, owned by Jeffrey and Lori Thompson, Murray Breather, and Kyle Northover. Greg McNair trains, Tyler Borth captaining the win. Griff picking up his second win of the season in 7 tries, 1:54 the time tonight. Greg McNair having a successful night as a trainer. Prices up. Griff $13, $723.80. Seismic Step $663.30. Touched by an Angel $240 to show. $2 exactor ticket $70.90. $1 try $101.40. $1 superfecta $404.05. 7-6 double $57.60. The $1 pick 3 $86.05. In your pick 4 pool total, pool of over $38,700. $4,472 will push on to race number 9. And your late pick 5 pool, $655 still in play. And in your pick 6 pool, just $1.12 on the table. And there they go. And they're off and trotting. And down the middle, it's a Seismic Step getting away first out from the 7 hole. Right here, Hanover. Right here, Hanover now making a break in stride and self-destructs early. Seismic Step, Griff, and Maize and Blue, followed by Touched by an Angel. Florida Guy, 5th into that first turn. Racing in 6th as they wheel their way through that opening quarter. It's Landing on Time and Get the Green, followed by Dream for Peace. Trouble there in the backfield for Right Here Hanover, 27-1, a first fraction, and Seismic Step at 7-1, leading the way. Maize and Blue is second. Griff is tracking in third. Touched by an Angel, the favorite, is off the speed there in fourth. They're by the 3/8 with Florida Guy, single file in fifth. In sixth, that's Landing on Time, followed by Get the Green and Dream for Peace. Right here, Hanover trails after the early bobble, and Touched by an Angel is mowing them down fourth to first, just like that. Bang at the half, 57-1. Touched by an Angel at 4-5 now takes charge. Seismic Stick sitting second. Maize and Blue 3 further back in third, and Griff a couple of further back in fourth. Racing fifth, that's a Florida Guy. Landing on Time now begins to make some moves. Get the Green and a Dream for Peace. Right here, Hanover still trails. Around the far turn they go. Touched by an Angel now with about 3 lengths separation. Hits the 3/4 mile mark in 1:25. Seismic Step has got work to do, and a Griff from third. Maize and Blue has dropped back to fourth. There's Landing on Time trying to do some stick handling, and a Florida Guy, but it's a Touched by an Angel still in charge. Here comes a Griff from off the pace. Griff is striding well and looking very strong. Griff right now at 5-1 has a slight advantage over Touched by an Angel and Seismic Step. Griff gets it done. Griff in front. Looks like Seismic Step may have just nosed out Touched by an Angel for place and show. 1:54 the time. Griff. Order up for the 8th, Florida Guy 5th, Touched by an Angel 3rd, Maize and Blue was 7th. Landing on Time 4th, Seismic Step 2nd, Griff your winner. Right here, Hanover was 9th, Get the Green 6th, and Dream for Peace finished 8th. Griff your winner in a time of 1:54. Second victory of 2026 for Griff. Race 9, no changes on your program. They're on the pace for this 9th race. Number 1 is Hestinator, J.R. Plant driving for trainer Gerard Demers, owned by Desjardins Noro Stable and Andre Simoneau. 2 is Hazy Coast. Tyler Borth gets the call for trainer Mike Horner, owned by Doug Wilson and Mark Horner. 3 is Sportsline, Brady Galliers for trainer Patrick Bissett, owned by Wendy Armstrong. 4, Cheddar Bay, Bob McClure in the bike for trainer Peter Core, owned by Don and Heather McGregor. 5, Taylor's Credit, Natasha Day drives, trains, and co-owns with Doug Millard. 6 is Shotgun Jerry, trained and driven by Stefan Pouliot, owned by a numbered company, Quebec Incorporated. 7, Larceny, Daryl Thiessen for trainer Carmen Auciello, owned by Stephen Klanowski. 8, Dylan's Vent, Louis Philippe for trainer Darcy Clancy, owned by Valspar Stables. Field of 8 going postward for tonight's 9th race. Post time in less than 4 minutes.
They're on track as we get set for race number 9. A nice victory there by Griff, who really started to do some trotting in the late stages of that mile to get the job done at a 5-1 offering. Nice price to kick off that late pick 4. We're going to move on to race number 9 here. We've got a field of 8, and there's a look at your even money favorite, Larceny. I'm a little perplexed by this price on Larceny. I think this is one that, can contend from a class standpoint when he's at his best. I just didn't expect this price. I think this is far too short of a price to take on this Carmen Auciello trainee. Again, one that wouldn't surprise me if he put forth a good effort, but I just think even money's far too short. Just 1 for 22 on the year, 1 win in 22 tries, I should say. And he's probably going to have to get himself involved. Again, Griff did some trotting. He made up a lot of ground. He also got himself situated in a pretty good spot. But, that was a really good effort by him, especially given the way the track has been playing. But Larceny, I don't know what kind of trip we're going to see, but I could foresee Daryl being aggressive in this spot. But I'll look to play against him. I'm going to go to the 4-horse Cheddar Bay. He's going to be back on the big track here, this 10-year-old gelded son of Better Than Cheddar. I've liked his efforts over the years. I think this is just a really, really honest racehorse. I think he has some versatility as well. He can do it any which way, but he's got a good draw to work with here tonight, and I'm hoping that Bob can get aggressive off the car with him and put him in a pretty good spot. 4-1, I really do like the offering on this Peter Core trainee. Hazy Coast up there at 3-1, your current second choice. Again, just one that I think has been taken on much tougher over his last few tries. I think this is a spot for him to have every chance to start, gaining some confidence. Going to be reacquainted here with Tyler Borth. And again, the last time that these two were hooked up, the competition was, just tougher. And I think this is a really, really good opportunity for him to put forth a good effort. So 3-1 on him. I would certainly say that's better value than 6-5 on Larceny. So best of luck to this Michael Horner trainee. Other ones rounding out this field, Shotgun Jerry, 10-1. Good draw to work with. Stefan Pouliot, we always know that he typically likes to get his horses involved off the gate, and it's no different with Shotgun Jerry. That's exactly what he's been doing as of late, trying to work out some pretty good trips with him. He's winless in 12 tries. He hasn't been able to quite get the job done yet, but you can expect some early speed from him. Sportsline, one that's coming into this race sharp, 3 consecutive victories. Is going to be off Lasix in this contest. And again, this was a horse that we knew had talent, but he hit a little bit of a lull period. He had some gait issues. His efforts weren't all that sharp. And now he's starting to pick things up where he left off in the past, because this is a horse that strung together a bunch of really good efforts. This was a really, really consistent racehorse, but he just hit a little bit of a lull period. But nice to see him back here in the win column. They're getting set to go to the gate here for race number 9, a field of 8 going postward for this pop-up series, and your last opportunity for a pick 3. Best of luck.
Pacers gathering in behind the starting gate for tonight's 9th race. A field of 8 will line up with number 7 Larceny right now, your 9-5 favorite. Second choice, the 4 Cheddar Bay. Third pick, the 2 Hazy Coast at 5-2. 8 on gate for tonight's 9th race. It's post time. Okay, comes down the lane for tonight's 9th race. Final pick 3 wagering option of the evening. They're on the move. And they're off and pacing and out from the 5-hole. Taylor's Credit, a nice sharp start. Nat Day's got the pedal down. Sportsline, second off the wings. Hazy Coast third. On the inside, that's Hestinator. Larceny crossing over to get into position and will try to push on as they move into that first turn. Cheddar Bay is off the speed in 6th. 7th sees Shotgun Jerry and Dylan's Vet, the early trailer. It's Sportsline at 12-1, gets to the opening quarter, 26-4. Hazy Coast is pushing on, hasn't seen the rail yet, it's going to have to pay the price. Hazy Coast now getting to the front for Tyler Borth. Sportsline now pocket sitter. Taylor's Credit is off the speed there in 3rd. They're by the 3/8 with Larceny sitting 4th. In 5th, that's a Hestinator and a Cheddar Bay. Final 2, Shotgun Jerry, and Dylan's Vet has now tipped to the outside. Hazy Coast leads the charge to the halfway point with a Sportsline still sitting in 2nd. 56 seconds to the half-mile stanza, and Taylor's Credit races on 3rd. There goes Larceny first up from 4th. Trying to grab that cover is a Hestinator. Shotgun Jerry sliding up that inside. Your final 2 are Cheddar Bay, who appears to be going backwards, and Dylan's Vet. Hazy Coast by the 5/8 around the turn towards the 3/4, still leading it. Hazy Coast at 3-1 in Borth. They've got a tight grip on the line. Sportsline sitting in 2nd. There goes Taylor's Credit to the outside. 125 to 3 parts of the way home, and Hazy Coast, the ground saving trip, leading the way. It's a Sportsline. Taylor's Credit out 3 wide has got something going on. Taylor's Credit trying to close in on Hazy Coast. Shotgun Jerry is 4th, and 5th, that's a Dylan's Vet. Hazy Coast now digs in on cruise control. It's Hazy Coast, the clear winner in tonight's 9th race. Hazy Coast by 4. Taylor's Credit followed by Dylan's Vet, 152-4. Numbers are up 2-5, 8-6. Tyler Borth with back-to-back winning drive gets it done in tonight's 9th race with the 2 Hazy Coast. A gray 5-year-old gelding by All Bets Off out of the No Pan Intended mare, Pantacoastal. Owned by Doug Wilson and Mark Horner. Mike Horner trains, Tyler Borth engineering the win. A new lifetime mark for Hazy Coast, 152-4. Tyler Borth picking up his driving double with back-to-back winning efforts. Official 2586, Hazy Coast 850, $5 420. Taylor's Credit 1150, 770. Dillon's Vet 2490 to show. 25 exactor ticket 97.50. The $1 triactor $1,225.30. $1 superfecta $11,215.95. Your 6-2 double 106.30. The $1 pick 3 $124.25. There's a pick 6 carryover of $4,541.50. In your late pick 4 pool, a pool of over $38,781, $568 will play on to the 10th. And in your late pick 5 pool, just $90.52 still on the table. Wagering option of the evening. They're on the move. And they're off and pacing and out from the 5-hole. Taylor's Credit, a nice sharp start. Nat Day's got the pedal down. Sportsline, second off the wings. Hazy Coast third on the inside. That's Hestinator. Larceny crossing over to get into position and will try to push on as they move into that first turn. Cheddar Bay is off the speed in 6th, 7th. He's a Shotgun Jerry and Dillon's Vet, the early trailer. It's a Sportsline at 12-1, gets to the opening quarter 26-4. Hazy Coast is pushing on, hasn't seen the rail yet. It's going to have to pay the price. Hazy Coast now getting to the front for Tyler Borth. Sportsline now pocket sitter. Taylor's Credit is off the speed there in third. They're by the 3/8 with Larceny sitting fourth. In fifth, that's a Hestinator and a Cheddar Bay. Final two, Shotgun Jerry and Dillon's Vet has now tipped to the outside. Hazy Coast leads the charge to the halfway point with a Sportsline still sitting in second. 56 seconds to the half-mile stanza, and Taylor's Credit races on third. There goes Larceny first up from fourth. Trying to grab that cover is a Hestinator. Shotgun Jerry sliding up that inside. Your final two are Cheddar Bay, who appears to be going backwards, and Dillon's Vet. Hazy Coast by the 5/8 around the turn towards the 3/4, still leading it. Hazy Coast at 3-1 in Borth. They've got a tight grip on the line. Sportsline sitting in second. There goes Taylor's Credit to the outside. 125 to 3 parts of the way home. And Hazy Coast, the ground saving trip, leading the way. It's a Sportsline. Taylor's Credit out 3 wide has got something going on. Taylor's Credit trying to close in on Hazy Coast. Shotgun Jerry is 4th and 5th. That's Dylan's Vet. Hazy Coast now digs in on cruise control. It's Hazy Coast, the clear winner in tonight's 9th race. Hazy Coast by 4. Taylor's Credit followed by Dylan's Vet, 152 and 4. Order up for the 9th, Hestinator 6th, Hazy Coast your winner, Sportsline 5th, Cheddar Bay was 7th, Taylor's Credit 2nd, Shotgun Jerry 4th, Larceny was 8th, and Dylan's Vet finishing 3rd. Hazy Coast your winner and a new lifetime mark of 152 and 4, Tyler Borth with back-to-back winning drives. Looking ahead to tonight's 10th race, kick off the late double, number 2, Up Joey's Credit, will be driven by Jason Ryan. Pop-up series in tonight's 10th race to kick off the late double. Number 1 is Come On Artie, Travis Henry for trainer Dwayne May, owned by Diane Silvestri. 2 is Up Joey's Credit, Jason Ryan picking up the catch drive for owner-trainer Jacob Roberts. James Woods shares in the ownership. Number 3, Scammer, Tyler Jones for trainer Rod Hughes, owned by Sarah Imrie. 4 is Odds on Valhalla, Jonathan Drury for trainer Carmen Osiello, owned by DP Ho Stable Incorporated. 5 is Phone 911, Daryl Thiessen for trainer Mitch Tierney, owned by David Tierney. 6 is Thai Tour, Louis Philippe Roy for trainer Michael Horner, owned by RAW Equine and Mark Horner. 7, Grin and Win, Bob McClure for co-owner and trainer Heather Pickett. Heather shares ownership with Marilyn and Stephen Gillard. 8 is Batter Up Hanover, Tyler Borth for owner and trainer Ben Hollingsworth. Debbie Francis and Doug Lothers all share in the partnership. Field of 8 going postward for tonight's 10th race to kick off the late double. Post time in under 3.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 10. We've got a field of 8 going postward. A pretty competitive betting board here. We've got a couple of co-favorites at 5-2. That being Thai Tour and Grin and Win. And Grin and Win is the direction that I'm going to go to in this spot. I think this Heather Pickett trainee put forth a really nice effort there at Clinton on Legends Day. Really got a nice slick steer there by Mark Campbell, and one that probably needed that kind of trip because he hadn't raced in a month going into that effort. And he still was able to deliver a performance. He's a pretty handy racehorse. He's one that can get himself involved in. Bob McClure has guided him to some nice efforts in the past. So he's the direction that I'm going to go to, and I'm hoping that he can get him involved early off the car. And he looks nice out there. He looks sharp out there, and I'm hoping that, again, back on a regular rotation, that we can see another winning performance from him. But there's a look at the current favorite at 2-1, that being Thai Tour, one that I backed last time out. And personally, hard for me to love this horse in this spot, especially considering that he raced against Up Joey's Credit and he couldn't get to Up Joey's Credit. I mean, he never came close to him, and yet there's a big discrepancy on the tote board. I find that to be immensely perplexing, that he could be 2-1 and Up Joey's Credit could be 7-1. But nevertheless, here we are, and this is one that I would, highly be looking to play against at this 2-1 offering. And let's go to Up Joey's Credit, one that I just mentioned. We saw him come back from the B tracks. We saw him come to the big track, I should say, off some efforts from the B tracks. And we've seen that tail before. He'll come to the big track off some, so-so lines. The efforts were good. The lines might not be the most appealing, but the efforts were good. Then he gets a chance to stretch his legs up here again, and his efforts were good. I mean, he was well meant here on July 26th. He left out hard from the middle of the gate, made a couple of moves, and delivered at 6-1. I know Randy really liked him in this spot, as well as Garnet Barnsdale. Garnet going to be going back to him as well, and he's going to hope to get rewarded again. 8-1, a really, really good price here on Up Joey's Credit. I think Scammer merits a lot of respect in here. This is just a horse that has difficulties getting off the gate. That would be my major concern with him, as it always is every time he races. But he's got such a nice late kick. This is a really fast horse at the back half of his mile. He just leaves himself far too much work to do at the start of the race, having to gap that gate all the time. But he's 7-2. Again, it's a short field. How much trouble can you get yourself in this spot? Probably not much. But again, on a track that is, rather difficult to make up some ground on. So he's 7-2. I understand the appeal there. Odds on Valhalla is one that is coming off a convincing score at Georgian. Maybe that's going to, kickstart a bit of confidence for this guy. I mean, this was a horse that we've seen take on tougher in the past. Maybe that convincing score is just going to give him an opportunity to build on that effort. He's got a good draw to work with. I could see Jonathan Drury getting him involved and being in play. So I think that adds to the appeal. And speaking of horses with, talent and stack up well, Batter Up Hanover, 15-1. The major question is what kind of trip he's going to work out. But 15-1 on Batter Up Hanover in a spot like this, it's a pretty good value, I'd say.
Field gathering in behind the gate for tonight's 10th race. It's the start of your late double. 8 on gate and number 6, Tie Tour right now at 9-5. Second play going to the 3, Scammer at 4-1. It's post time for race 10 as we kick off the late double feature. Gate comes to the head of the stretch. Field picking up speed for race 10 here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Here they come. And there they go in a nice beginning. Even start for all 8. From the outside, speed coming. Batter up Hanover and Grin and Win. Down the middle, it's on Valhalla getting a nice start. Batter up Hanover, crossing over quickly to gain the front. Grin and Win will push on. Odds on Valhalla and Tie Tour away in 4th. As they move into the turn, it's up Joey's Credit, followed by Come On Artie. And further back, that's a Scammer and the trailer, phone 911. 27-1 to the first quarter, and lots of early action. Grin and Win has the advantage. Tie Tour will push on and has to pay a big price. It's Tie Tour now to the front. Grin and Win will sit a pocket trip. Batter up Hanover, third by the 3/8. Odd Von Valhalla is racing fourth. Up Joey's Credit sits fifth. And Come On Artie. There's Scammer, and the trailer is phone 911. Tie Tour will take the field to the halfway point, and at that time getting up in 56 seconds. Tie Tour showing the way. Here comes a quick brush from Odds On Valhalla. JD has the hammer down, and he's got the pedal pushed. It's Odds On Valhalla right on by Tie Tour. Tie Tour not fully releasing. Odds On Valhalla getting pushed on the outside. Tie Tour the ground saving trip. There's Up Joey's Credit gathering up some second over cover and a nice tow along. Grin and Win locked in on the inside. Come On Artie third over, and fourth over goes Scammer. Batter up Hanover on the inside. They come for home in a 124 and 3/4 throwdown, and a Tie Tour slight advantage. Odds On Valhalla had to spend a lot and now is starting to pay that price. Up Joey's Credit out in the middle of the field. There's Come On Artie, and here comes a Scammer. It's Up Joey's Credit on the inside. Grin and Win making a resurgence, but Up Joey's Credit pulls it off. It's a Grin and Win, followed by Scammer. Time of the mile was 1:52.1. Numbers up 2-7-3-6. Nice catch drive for Jason Ryan. 11-1 upset for number 2, Up Joey's Credit. 7-year-old gelding by Up the Credit out of the Shanghai Film mare Marina Desby. Owned by James Woods, co-owned and trained by Jacob Roberts. Jason Ryan executing the perfect drive. Up Joey's Credit, 11-1 upset, 152-1 effort. Now official 2736, prices coming up. Up Joey's Credit returning $25.60, $9 $5.90. Grin and Win $410.290. Scammer $4.50 to show. $2 exactor ticket $108.30. The $1 triactor $242.70. $1 superfecta $691.80. 2-2 double $116.60. The $1 pick 3 $1,597.10. Your $1 late pick 5 returned $4,796.20. In your late pick 4 pool total, just $49.72. Will play on to race 11. Woodbine Mohawk Park. Here they come. And there they go in a nice beginning. Even start for all 8. From the outside, speed coming. Batter up Hanover and Grin and Win. Down the middle, it's on Valhalla getting a nice start. Batter up Hanover, crossing over quickly to gain the front. Grin and Win will push on. Odds on Valhalla and Ty Tour away in 4th. As they move into the turn, it's Up Joey's Credit, followed by Come On Artie. And further back, that's a Scammer and the trailer, phone 911. 27-1 to the first quarter, and lots of early action. Grin and Win has the advantage. Ty Tour will push on and has to pay a big price. It's Ty Tour now to the front. Grin and Win will sit a pocket trip. Batter up Hanover, 3rd by the 3/8. Odd Von Valhalla is racing 4th. Up Joey's Credit sits 5th. And Come On Artie. There's Scammer, and the trailer is phone 911. Ty Tour will take the field to the halfway point, and at that time getting up in 56 seconds. Ty Tour showing the way. Here comes a quick brush from Odds On Valhalla. JD has the hammer down, and he's got the pedal pushed. It's Odds On Valhalla right on by Ty Tour. Ty Tour not fully releasing. Odds On Valhalla getting pushed on the outside. Ty Tour, the ground saving trip. There's Up Joey's Credit gathering up some second over cover and a nice tow along. Grin and Win locked in on the inside. inside. Come on, Artie, third over, and fourth over goes Scammer. Batter up Hanover on the inside. They come for home in a 124 and 3/4 throwdown, and a tie to her slight advantage. Odds on Valhalla had to spend a lot, and it now is starting to pay that price. Up Joey's Credit out in the middle of the field. There's Come On Artie, and here comes a Scammer. It's Up Joey's Credit on the inside. Grin and Win making a resurgence, but Up Joey's Credit pulls it off. It's a Grin and Win followed by Scammer. Time of the mile was 1:52 and 1. Order up for the 10th. Come On Artie 5th. Up Joey's Credit, your winner. Scammer was 3rd. Odds on Valhalla 8th. Phone 911 7th. Tie to her 4th. Grin and Win was 2nd, and Batter Up Hanover finishing 6th. Up Joey's Credit, 11-1 upset. Time of 1:52 and 1. Post time for the 11th race. Set to go in about 11 minutes from now. The Jackpot High Five carryover in excess of $83,000. Number 6, Mr. Bluebird, goes from flip-flops to aluminum shoes up front. Scratch the 10, PL Robert G.
We're getting set to wrap up this Sunday night program. Congratulations to those who hit the pick 5. Pretty good payouts here tonight. We had some competitive fields. Some of those races were a little bit tricky, and I think if you were kind of sharp enough to try and navigate through that track bias, I think you're going to find some success. I think it's all about adapting, especially when you're handicapping races, and I think tonight was a night where even if you were married to your selections earlier on, I think we've seen that how the track was playing. I think the wise thing would have been to just try and adapt and maybe go elsewhere. So some pretty hearty payouts there, as I mentioned. So congratulations to anybody who cashed those pick 5 tickets. And nobody got the pick 6, so we'll be having a carryover on tomorrow night's program. It's always going to reap a pretty good pool. So I look forward to that and what's going to be a busy Monday as far as racing is concerned. Industry Day during the day at Grand River, and some racing here on this Monday night program. So the boys are going to be busy. A lot of them are going to have to do some double headers, but always a fun day of racing on that civic holiday Monday. We're going to get set for race number 11 here momentarily. We're scratched down to a field of 9. Current favorite is going to be the 6-horse, Mr. Bluebird. And speaking of speed, this is one that you have to expect is going to be showing some speed off the gate. This is a horse that always puts himself in the right spots. Travis has done an exceptional job driving him. Jody Cullen has done an exceptional job, from a training standpoint with him. I mean, he puts forth good efforts. They're just not always winning efforts. But when you can put yourself in pretty good spots, it results in you making some pretty good money, already nearing $200,000 in seasonal earnings. So, again, this is a horse that's going to have every opportunity to convert here. And he's got a great draw to work with. We saw that shoeing change going from flip-flops to a steel up front, I believe, and I think that's only going to help him, especially considering how the track is playing. And I think that's a noteworthy shoeing change as well. I know this was a horse that raced flip-flop with flip-flops for the duration of his career, even dating back to when he was in Oka Svansted's barn. So shoeing change here I think is quite enticing. But again, this is a field that he should have every chance to beat from a class standpoint. It's just that he's not really finishing off his miles, but I'm sure that he's going to work out a good trip. It's a matter of, is he going to have enough? But I opted to go to Ungawa here. I liked his effort last time out. I've liked his efforts over his last few tries. I think this is a horse that's just getting sharper and sharper. Middle of the gate draw last time out, even with taking all that support. Wasn't handled all that aggressively off the gate. He was a horse that had to do a lot of work, but it was too little too late. Private Access was a lot of people's choices in that spot. He was the favorite, and he absolutely crushed, and just far too much work for Ungawa to do, but he was moving better than my friend Jose was going to be starting to his inside here in this spot. So I went to Ungawa hoping that we can work out a bit of a better trip, but my friend Jose, as I mentioned, he's going to avoid the rail. This is a horse that showed gate speed a few starts back, even a couple of starts back, I should say, but he was so sharp in that 51 and 4 mile, that career best effort. He just went down the road. I mean, James sat behind him, just took him down the road. I could see Doug being aggressive with him in this spot. He's 8-1. I think this is a horse that merits respect in here because we know what his best brings. Others taking support in here. Royal Beluga. This one shocks me a little bit with the amount of support that he's taking on. I think this is a really, really sharp racehorse. I don't want to knock his efforts because they've been great. He's tricky. But this is a much tougher group. I mean, I think 5-1's probably a little bit short on Royal Beluga, but I hope that he can carry that momentum because this is a racehorse that I think has been putting forth some pretty good efforts. They're getting set to go to the gate here for race number 11. We'll come back out here in post-parade, after post-parade to wrap up the action and get a closer look at this field of 9.
Trotters on track for your Jackpot High Five feature. Number 1 is Roxy Hart. Tyler Borth for owner-trainer Ben Bayarjan. Jeff Bayarjan shares in the ownership. Number 2 for July has been delayed in the paddock, but Travis Henry will drive for trainer Mark Etzel, owned by Harbor Racing, LLC. 3, Ricky Resolve. Tyler Jones for trainer Mark Johnson, owned by Denise Ball. We'll go to the 5. It's All Gas, No Brakes. Louis Philippois for trainer Vic Putty, owned by Gordon McDonald and Christopher Boland. 6, Mr. Bluebird. Travis Cullen drives for trainer Jody Cullen, owned by the A1 stable, John Collings and Paul Sanders. 7, My Friend Jose. Doug McNair for trainer Herb Holland, owned by Costas Diakalukas. 8 is Ungawa. Mark McDonald for trainer Paul McDonnell, owned by the estate of Dale Towell. 9, Supersonic Hanover. J.R. Plot gets the call for trainer Blair Burgess, owned by Burgess Racing 24, Charles Foster, Timothy Mansfield, and Stuart McEachran. Scratch the 10, P.L. Robert G. We'll go back to the 4. It's Royal Beluga. Brady Galliers for owner and trainer Pamela Young, Daniel Creighton, Dale Hunter, and Chase Clark all share in that ownership group. Down to a field of 9 for tonight's 11th and final here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Post time in less than 4 minutes.
Of course, the rain stops falling just about time when we wrap up this Sunday night program. Not the best of conditions, as I mentioned, but we've got a nice group here going postward as we close up this Sunday night program. Like I said, scratched down to a field of 9. There was a look at Roxy Hart. Never got a chance to mention her just before they came out. 19-1. I think she's been racing well, but again, this is a tough company that she's going to be keeping. Came out of the same race as a handful of others in this spot, but I just don't know where she's going to get situated. She's just a horse that never seems to be able to leave off the gate. I know she converted 2 starts back and raced exceptionally well to do so, but just one that's likely going to need a lot to work out in her favor. So her ceiling, in my opinion, is just going to be probably a ticket horse, rounding out the Super, or even maybe that high 5. There's a look at 4 July. This is one that I'm intrigued to see. Going to be shipping in from the States. A new purchase here for New Connections. Was previously in Oka Sponsted's barn. This is a horse that hasn't won over his last 10 starts and just has raced 10 times over the last couple of years. He's got a lot of talent when he's on his game, but he's got some personality. He just hasn't been able to put it all together over those last couple of years. And this was a horse that was a judge's scratch last time out at Grand River just by virtue of acting up a little bit in post-parade. I mean, this was a horse that was ready to go. It was one that I was curious to see what kind of effort he would put forth that night, but he had mine on other things and was just a little bit too rambunctious in post-parade, causing him to be a judge's scratch. So we're going to get a chance to see his first start for new trainer Mark Etzel here in this spot, and one that I'm going to opt to be taking a wait-and-see approach on. I mentioned Royal Beluga, 6-1 right now. I expect that price to probably float a little bit higher, but I do hope his form continues to excel. All gas, no breaks. He's 8-1. Consistent on the board finisher over his last few tries. Was competing in those pop-up events. This is, again, a tougher group, in my opinion, but he's got a good draw to work with. He can get himself situated in a good spot. And on a night like tonight, I think that counts for quite a bit. I talked about my friend Jose, and I talked about Ungawa, and I'm going to round things out here with Supersonic Hanover. One that's coming out of that Legends Day trot. One that I've backed, over his last several tries. One that I'm always eager to pick when he's in the right spot, but unfortunately I don't think tonight is the case. That's going to wrap things up here for this Sunday night program. Best of luck if you're still closing on any multi-legs to close out the night. As I mentioned, we are going to be back here tomorrow. A busy day of racing overall in Ontario. We've got Grand River Industry Day tomorrow night. The Battle of the Bells, the Battle of the Waterloo. Some star-studded Ontario sired colts and fillies going postward as far as the pacing is concerned. Looking forward to that day as always. If you can make it out on track, by all means, I recommend it. I've been there a few times, and it's always such a great event. They put on such a great show. And then if you've got some time, come back here to Woodbine Mohawk Park and maybe enjoy a little bit of a double header action. So they're going to go to the gate here for race number 11. We'll see you here tomorrow night. And Evan, safe drive home and nice job tonight.
Thanks very much, John. And yeah, as you mentioned, tomorrow, what a great doubleheader. Industry Day at Grand River, and hey, why not finish it up here at Woodbine Mohawk Park? Great to work alongside you to do as well there, John, and we'll see you back here tomorrow night as well. Field of 9 moving in behind the gate for tonight's 11th and final. It's your jackpot high five feature. At even money, the 6, Mr. Bluebird, taking most of the play. Second choice going to the 8, Ungawa, right now at 3-1. Horses are in the hands of the starter for the finale here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. It's post time. Gate comes to the head of the stretch for tonight's 11th and final. They're on the trot in the 11th race. Here they come. And there they go. And they're off and trotting, and hustle coming from the outside. It's the 9, Supersonic Hanover down the middle. All gas, no brakes, and Mr. Bluebird. They are going to battle 3 wide as they move into the first turn. Ricky Resolve sets up in 4th. Ungawa will push on there from 5th. Now 4th, Royal Beluga racing in 6th with Roxy Hart, followed by my friend Jose. And for July, the early trailer. Supersonic Hanover at 63-1 will have the lead at the opening quarter-mile mark, with Mr. Bluebird pushing on now. 27 seconds your first quarter. Mr. Bluebird at 1-2 drives on and grabs the front. Supersonic Hanover. There's Ungawa also out 3 wide as they go by the 3/8. Ungawa is going to have to pay the price, with Mr. Bluebird now giving way. Ungawa, Mr. Bluebird, Supersonic Hanover, and All Gas No Brakes is sitting in 4th. There's Royal Beluga. Ricky Resolve now off to speed in 6 at the half and 55-1. It's a Roxy Hart, followed by my friend Jose, and for July the trailer. Ungawa at 9-2 into the far turn for Mark McDonald. Here comes a move by Royal Beluga, who's first up. Grabbing that cover is Ricky Resolve, and locked in on the inside, Mr. Bluebird with no racing room. 5th is Supersonic Hanover, and All Gas No Brakes. At the 3/4 they come when Royal Beluga 124-1. Ungawa on the inside, Royal Beluga on the outside. There's Ricky Resolve now looking for some racing room. Supersonic Hanover still in play. All Gas No Brakes trying to slide up the inside. It's my friend Jose. Mr. Bluebird now taking charge now in deep stretch. Royal Beluga, Ricky Resolve, and All Gas No Brakes at the wire. Mr. Bluebird takes it by 4. Looks like All Gas No Brakes, followed by Ricky Resolve and Royal Beluga to round it out. 152-2 in the finale here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Unofficial results 6-5, 3-4, 9. Here comes your winner of tonight's 11th race. It's a 6 Mr. Bluebird, 5-year-old son by 6-pack out of the RC Royalty Mare, Goosebump Hanover, owned by the A1 Stable, John Collins and Paul Sanders. Jody Cullen trains, Travis Cullen engineering the perfect trip. Mr. Bluebird hitting a new plateau of 152-2 in tonight's Jackpot High Five feature. Mr. Bluebird takes the closer here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Now official 6-5, 3-4, 9. Prices up, Mr. Bluebird, $3, $2.10, $2.10. All gas, no brakes, $6.60, $4.20. Ricky Resolve, $6.10 to show. $2 exactor ticket, $13.80. $1 try, $56.80. $1 superfecta, $523.15. $1 jackpot high five ticket paid $6,583.95. Your jackpot high five carryover, $91,567.94. Your 2-6 late double returned $58.70. $1 pick 3, $161.40. And your $1 pick 4, $1,391.95. And with that 11th race, we're bringing to a close another card of harness racing excitement here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Hope you'll join us tomorrow evening. All getting underway with the pregame show at 5:45. First post set to go for 6:30. Until then, Evan Lauk signing off from Woodbine Mohawk Park. We'll be back tomorrow night. Good night. Hope to see you here. And there they go. And they're off and trotting and hustle coming from the outside. It's the 9 Supersonic Hanover down the middle. All gas, no brakes. And Mr. Bluebird, they are going to battle 3 wide as they move into the first turn. Ricky Resolve sets up in 4th. Ungawa will push on there from 5th. Now 4th, Royal Beluga racing in 6th with Roxy Hart, followed by My Friend Jose. And for July, the early trailer. Supersonic Hanover at 63-1 will have the lead at the opening quarter-mile mark with Mr. Bluebird pushing on now. 27 seconds your first quarter. Mr. Bluebird at 1-2 drives on and grabs the front. Supersonic Hanover. There's Ungawa also out 3 wide as they go by the 3/8. Ungawa is going to have to pay the price with Mr. Bluebird now giving way. Ungawa, Mr. Bluebird, Supersonic Hanover, and All Gas No Brakes is sitting in 4th. There's Royal Beluga. Ricky Resolve now off to speed in 6 at the half and 55-1. It's Roxy Hart followed by My Friend Jose and for July the trailer. Ungawa at 9-2 into the far turn for Mark McDonald. Here comes a move by Royal Beluga, who's first up. Grabbing that cover is Ricky Resolve. And locked in on the inside, Mr. Bluebird with no racing room. 5th is Supersonic Hanover and All Gas No Brakes. At the 3/4 they come in Royal Beluga 124-1. Ungawa on the inside. Royal Beluga on the outside. There's Ricky Resolve now looking for some racing room. Supersonic Hanover still in play. All Gas No Brakes trying to slide up the inside. It's My Friend Jose. Mr. Bluebird now taking charge now in deep stretch. Royal Beluga, Ricky Resolve, and All Gas No Brakes at the wire. Mr. Bluebird takes it by 4. Looks like All Gas No Brakes followed by Ricky Resolve and Royal Beluga to round it out. 152-2 in the finale here at Woodbine Mohawk Park.
monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.